And I think we're live. Or at least it says we're live. So you guys let me know if you can hear me out there. Where did all the viewers go? What happened? Oh, they're coming back. Let me see. Let me open up another window just to see if I can see what's going on. Yeah, it looks like we're okay now. All right. Saturday, 14th day of August. And we're going to try to run this thing one more time. I've got a total of 15 tests in this third series recorded, and 16 was going to be it, so this would make 16. So what's happened, I've got it sitting, as you can see from the position of the large weights, it's sitting in a neutral position right now. Yesterday I recentered the balance, and you can see the two donuts I've put on the screen there, or the small amount of oscillation that's still going on from moving things around. But we're very stable with the balance right at 0 if you look at the vernier. So the thing is very well centered in the case and all of that. So I'm looking forward to a good run today to wrap things up. Hello, Eric. Good morning to Judy. Always good to see Judy. And there's Sherlock. Dart's up there somewhere. So the first thing we got to do is make this thing oscillate. And what I'm going to do is move those weights from the neutral position to the west position just long enough to deflect it upscale. And when it gets up close to the top of or at the peak there in about 8 minutes, then we'll reverse the position to the east position, and that should get things started. Hello, Crafty Keela. I see you lurking out there. So let me go move the weights to the west position. So we did that at 8:04. Actually, we'll call it 8:05. Move to the west. And we need a about 8 minutes. So start the irritating egg timer. Hello, Evan Waterman. How are you this morning? Monochromatic light source. See you in there too. And that's Sherlock. I think I said hi to you. If I didn't, I did now. Hello, Carl Edwards. Let's see what the laser's doing. It's slowly moving. It'll pick up speed here in a minute. To the extent that this thing can pick up speed. I went back through all the unlisted videos that are sitting out in YouTube land yesterday. You know, there's over 100 of these. And you figure each one of them takes start to finish with all the fiddling around. There's a good 4 hours, 5 hours worth of work. So yeah, that's probably 500 hours of video. Wow. Time sure flies when you're having fun, huh? I have got a Google Meets started here someplace. Let's see. Let me copy the link to that. I think that's it. If anybody wants to join Google Meets. Hey, Doug Walker. And Peter Harrington, hello. Whoops. The red dot is tearing ass upscale now. Oh, what's wrong, Carl? Are you under the weather? Oh, let's see. Who we got? Eric. Good morning, Eric. Whoops. Good morning, Eric. Can you hear me? Not getting any audio from you, Eric. Make sure you're not muted. Don't have a microphone. Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't show anything. You're primitive, huh, Eric? I don't. I think I know you better than that, my friend. Yeah, no camera, no microphone. That's that's just fine though. You type, I'll read. That works. Where's that damn laser going to? Ah, 235. What I'm gonna do, we'll just remember where the little circles were. They're at around two. Center is about 212. So I'm gonna turn those things off. Let's see, how do I turn those off? That'll turn that one off and that one. There we go. Now we don't have to look at them. Hello, Clive Wells. And I think we're close to the max deflection at this point. Probably. In fact, that's about it right there. So now I will reverse the weights and start the time lapse. And there we go. We'll try 8 minutes and see how that works. But Evan Waterman says, did Cavendish do dozens of runs? Cavendish did, I can't remember if it was 28 or 29. But yeah, he did a lot. Now here's the problem. And anybody that's ever been involved in um, this sort of experimental science understands exactly what I'm about to say. Any experiment comes with built-in what we call systematic errors. Those are things that are just inherent in the test device, the test equipment, or the procedures, or whatever. But they're repeatable. They happen every time, and they're things that you can you can account for. Things like the actual mass of the balanced beam itself, which it doesn't have much attraction to the lead balls, but it has a big effect on the moment of inertia of the beam. So that's always present. We can correct for that. But then you have a whole series of errors that creep in that are what we refer to as random errors. Simply because that's what they are. They're just things that happen randomly. And you can't anticipate them, you can't correct for them, and about the only thing you can do is just run enough tests that you average those things out. So that's sort of the basic premise of this sort of testing, and why you don't just take a single data point and say, oh, voila, there it is, there's my number. No, it isn't. You better run it a bunch of times and see what's going on. Hey, Cumivirus, what's up, brother? Let's see if we can turn you blue. I'm sure we can. I have the technology. When we complete this today, this will be a total of 46 tests that we conducted. I did 14 in the first test series, I did 16 in the second, and I'm doing 16 in this series. And each series gets a little bit better. The first series used the smaller masses, the 330 gram weights inside the balance. But the last series and this series are using the larger balls, the 780 gram ones. So, and through this, we've got a variety of wires. We've got steel wire, we've got beryllium copper wire, we've got tungsten wire. So, and they all produce the same results, same end result. Or within reason anyway, within a few percent. I think I've gotten better at running the test as time goes on, and finding a procedure that works, that gives good repeatability, and that's part of the process here. Keep in mind that, you know, most of the time when you're running tests, you're making measurements with equipment that was purchased. It's already designed and figured out, and all you got to do is read the instruction manual and do what it says, more or less. But in this case, we actually built the test apparatus itself. So the thing doesn't have a damn instruction book, unfortunately. Got to figure it all out ourselves. And that's been a bit of a process. M. Lugan, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Cumivirus, it is. Those are huge balls, aren't they? Try picking one of those things up. Hello, Mark 10. It's not that they're that heavy, they're just hard to grab. They're not very big diameter-wise. You wrap your hands all the way around them. The scale, the numbers on the scale, if you guys have been watching the last few, are always close to the same, but you're going to see them different today because I re-zeroed this thing yesterday. I may have missed that extreme just slightly. We'll start at 822, we'll call it. Yeah, it's about 150. So the next stream will be at about 829. And it will be up here somewhere. I don't know. Something like that, maybe. If I thought about it hard enough, we could probably figure out where it's going to go to, but I don't feel like thinking that hard. Hello, Tusk. Hello, Professor Phil. And there's a link to Google Meets if anybody wants to join. It's a beautiful day to be doing some tests. Best thing about it is it's not Friday the 13th, it's Saturday the 14th. I started to schedule this for yesterday and then I realized what day it was. Not that I'm superstitious, mind you. I just don't need a lead 50-pound ball falling on my foot, and something like that was bound to have happened. Well, Sherlock, let's see. This thing is going to run from the point in time that I moved those weights a few minutes ago. It's going to run for about an hour and 40 minutes like that, which will be about maybe five and a half or so total periods of oscillation. And then I'm going to reverse the weights, and it will run for another hour and 40 minutes. So about 3 hours and 20 minutes altogether is what it takes. And unfortunately, there's just no good way to speed it up. But it's all really driven by the amount of sensitivity you're trying to achieve. And you get that sensitivity by making the torsion wire smaller. But when you make the torsion wire smaller, it produces less restoring force, so that increases the period of oscillation. So it's sort of you sort of chase your tail with it to find a point where the oscillation is not so long that you can't live with it, but long enough that you get the enough deflection that you can feel pretty good about the accuracy of your measurements. If any of that blah blah made any sense. So I'm going to keep an eye on this thing this time and see if I can more closely identify where the peak is, the extreme point is. That's where the little red circles come in handy, or the little circles, green or red or whatever color I got. I got more of them too. That's about it right there. So, all right. Yeah, Mulligan, yeah. I fully agree. 19 people, 19 viewers and 12 likes. Hit the like keys. Come on. It doesn't cost anything. It's free. Or hit the dislike. I don't care. So let's see. What are you guys talking about? Oakley is telling... Say what? Professor Phil? Oakley's telling his minions, Katz, is not qualified enough in science to debate him? Is he lost his damn mind? Most high school physics students would wipe the floor up with Nathan Oakley. You hear him? Are you listening, Oakley? Climb out of that echo chamber of yours and go debate somebody for real. Hello, Max Mac, and welcome. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, now we got more likes than people. Okay, who's voting twice out there? No cheating. That last point was at 237 and a half. I think Oakley has been doing everything he can to try to goad me into coming on his show, and he's out of his mind if he thinks I'll ever do that. Not a chance in hell. I wouldn't go anywhere just to listen to a guy yell at me and mute me. Hello, Charles Rance. Welcome. No need to hide. Hey, got 22 people watching. Thanks, appreciate it, everybody. I agree with you, Walker. Dog Walker, no sane person would go on Oakley's show. I don't know. I know a lot of sane people that go on there. I'm just not a. I don't see a way to win anything on that show, so I would rather. I'd rather not go there and run the risk of losing my temper, and I promise you I'll lose my temper. Hello, Larry DeMarch. That's exactly right. Trying to debate Oakley is like getting into a pig wrestling contest. You're going to lose because the pig is better at it than you are. Yeah, Crafty, Oakley does seem to have a fascination with my balls for some reason. I only hope he's talking about these lead ones. Yeah, let's see. We'll see where the red dot goes. Got about a minute and a half left. This thing's a pendulum, so it keeps time pretty good. It's got a period of 800 and, I'm sorry, what is the period? 969.2 seconds, I believe. If you average it out over a great number of runs. That's what it comes up to. So that's like that's like 16 minutes and 9 seconds, I think. So I think right about there is going to be it. Let's see. Looks pretty good. Start the timer again. That's 150. 157 and a half. I don't use that first extreme. It's got some inaccuracy in it. But if I did use it, 150 plus 157.5 divided by 2, averaged with 237.5. Would be about 195. $195.625. And 212 minus 195.625 is 16.375 millimeters deflection one direction. And if it's symmetrical, that's 32.75 millimeters, and that's exactly what we normally measure. So that looks pretty good. We'll try to do this one as well as we can. So I'm in and out of this chat, back and forth between this and OBS. So if anybody addresses me and I miss it, make sure you tag me. Hey, Heat Shield. Oakley wanted, yeah, heat shield. Oakley's list of demands were absolutely ridiculous. He wanted he wanted Oakley to admit that we don't have an R value for the Earth. What? And Oakley bases that piece of screwed up logic on his bullshit black swan, which is not how we measure the radius of the Earth. At best, it's a qualitative sort of indication. Hello there, Dora. How are you this morning? Chris Durham. Top of the morning to you. Hello, Brian Leakey. Yes, we have proof of ours, sir. Sorry, but we do. That's established. It's been established for a long, long time. Even Cavendish had it. Very, very close. Read Cavendish's paper and look at the number he has in there for the diameter of the Earth, and it's very nearly exactly what we use today. We've had a really good idea of what it is since the time of Eratosthenes. Well, I was listening to the Oakley crowd the other day, and this is funny. They somehow got it in their heads that I need the radius value of the Earth to do Cavendish. Now, this is strange. Where did this oscillation come from? That balance is swinging a little bit all of a sudden. When did that happen? I haven't seen that before. Well, maybe I have, but it's been a long time. I haven't been around it to disturb it, so what has made it decide to do that? That's usually only caused when you touch the case. It's not swinging a lot, but a little bit maybe. Looks worse than it is. Yeah, let's see if that's going to settle out over time. I think it probably will, but I don't know why it did that. Maybe Cavendish is fighting back. 228.5. At 8:45. Yeah, that's weird. Gary Graham says you got a spider in there. That would do it. Air current? I don't think so. Nothing's changed. Swamp gas, huh? OALM. Good morning. Swamp gas? What? Brian Leakey, how big should you make your concrete, the concrete balls? Make them as big as you can. Maybe 12-inch diameter if you could do that. Keep in mind though that you get, it's diminishing returns because as you make them larger in diameter, you put the center of the mass further away. The mass is increasing by the cube of the radius, but the force of attraction is increasing by the decreasing by the square of the distance. So doubling the mass of the balls, unless you change the medium that they're made out of, doesn't double the attractive force, is what I'm telling you. I wonder if we could have had a very minor seismic event. That's about the only thing that would explain this in my mind right now. Because nothing has changed out here. I haven't been anywhere close to it. Somebody go find some seismic data for eastern Tennessee and see if there's anything happened here in the last few minutes. Now let's see what we're averaging right now. That's about 193.5. Yeah, something like that. You know, Clive, I may have accidentally, inadvertently built a seismometer. About the only way you can get the thing to swing that way is to bump the case or vibrate it one somehow or the other. If you watch the vernier swinging back and forth, that's the entire balance swinging left to right as you look at the video. It doesn't really have any effect on the amount of twist, the torque, the measurement that we're actually making. It's just annoying to watch the little red dot bouncing up and down. Hey, Neurosis Melvins, what's going on? Good to see you. I'm pretty sure I didn't measure a gravity wave. I've tried to induce that kind of vibration by jumping up and down on the concrete floor out here, and I can't do it. It doesn't have that effect. Judy says Joker did it. Yeah, he could have. That dog's got magical powers. I know that. He knows how to time travel. He'll be standing next to me, and I turn my head for a split second and look back, and he's gone. So. Yes, Eben, I am doing a time lapse. In fact, all this entire series, all 16 of these tests have been done with time lapses to go with them. That is by far the most accurate uh, way of retrieving the data. I took a lot of the early data by hand, just simply uh, moving the little circles around on OBS and writing down lots of numbers, just like I'm doing right now. And doing it that way, just writing the numbers down, is more pretty similar to the way Cavendish took his data too. Yeah, something seems to have disturbed it. I have no idea what that could have been, but we had a previous extreme on this end of 228.5, or at least that's what I wrote down. And now we get one that's back at 236. That's a little odd. That's okay, we'll let it go. Yeah, Mulligan, no tables were sacrificed, no tables were harmed in the construction of this device. Clive thinks the laser is seeking an egg. I did re-zero this thing yesterday. I wonder if that adjuster may have slipped just a little bit. That's possible. Not real likely, but it's possible. John, no, there's no change in the laser focal point on the mirror. And no flaws in that mirror. Nothing visible or obvious. I'll put it that way. I won't say there aren't any flaws. I'm sure there are, but well, we're going to continue. We're just going to run this and see what we end up with data-wise. If it comes up with, we've gotten really tight. I've gotten really tight data set off this particular torsion wire. And if we get a value of G that's way out of whack, we will end up running this again. Just discard it because I don't know what happened. Don't know how to correct for it. These things happen with any kind of testing occasionally. Something happens in the middle of a test and you end up just aborting it. I agree with you, Evan. I don't think the adjuster would cause the oscillation, the vertical oscillation we're seeing. But this whole oscillation looks like it has shifted well upscale. And the period changed too. Very strange. Let's see, that's 168. 168.5. Yeah, the whole damn oscillation has shifted upscale about 8 millimeters. Which is okay, I suppose. Hello, Terry Davies. Audio's horrible. Well, sorry about that. It's the only audio I got. We'll just have to wait and see if we can analyze this stuff after we let it run. But fair warning, this data set may not be uh, may end up not being usable because something clearly has changed. I'm not sure, and I can't identify what it is. Yeah. Anyway. Bud Mudden. No, hey, good morning. No, I didn't change the torsion wire and don't even think such a thing. Changing a torsion wire out just entitles you to a couple of weeks worth of messing around to get the thing working again. Takes 2 days just to center it. Let's see who's joining. Hello. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, not much. Take a break. Did you invite me for that? Because I've never used Google Meet. First time?
What do you mean by invited?
Oh, just seen it in the chat.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Did you want to ask me something or something? Why did you invite me or did you invite everyone?
No, I just invited everybody.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, just everybody. But you're welcome. Glad to have you. Let me see. Let me turn this desktop audio. Say something else. Let me see if I've got the audio going here.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's very.
I think the chat was probably only hearing.
Oh, so they hear me too.
Yeah, now they hear you too. Or
Okay.
they should be.
Okay. Hello, chat. From Switzerland. Yeah, I'm just watching the science stuff because I'm interested, but I'm not really scientific. I don't have a background or anything. Just like, yeah, that's all I.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. So did you think something went wrong there with
Something
laser?
happened. Yeah, something clearly happened. I'm not sure what it is either. It wasn't anything I did. I've done nothing other than just sit here and monitor it. And all of a sudden we got strange vertical vibration and what looks like a shift in the oscillation center. So I won't say it hasn't happened before, it has, but and when it does, I'm never able to figure out what caused it. This is one of those random situations, one of those random events that just occurs.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
Could not be like any insect or something landing on something.
I don't think so.
And then did it get back to normal again? Or is it still oscillating? Now I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you anymore, so I'm gonna go back to watch the video, I think, because I don't have any too many interesting things to say.
Oh, you're welcome to stay.
Except watch my bacon blanket.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay if you like.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I don't wanna ramble on and then everyone can hear my stuff that is not really very intelligent, I guess. It's yeah.
Yeah, I'm just tracking the laser position over in on the OBS right now. That's an extreme. Now we're back at 227.
Would it mess up the experiment or like that part, that test?
It can, yeah, it can.
Oh.
If it's erratic enough, all you can do is just discard it and try again.
I don't even know how the construction is like how rigid it is or something, and then I don't know the words in English. So could it be like because it's made out of wood shapes, wood?
No. It behaves normally. Uh, it behaves very well.
Okay.
Normally very stable. But occasionally you get something like this that just for no reason that you can identify, you get an upset condition.
It's not like changing humidity in the air like that makes the wood go.
No, that change in humidity would take days to happen, not seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
Days or weeks for that matter. Changes in humidity, and they really wouldn't have anything to do with it anyway. That torsion balance doesn't care whether the wood expands or contracts. It's not really connected to it. It's just being held up by it. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird. But it's going back to not oscillating anymore, or is it still?
Yeah, it looks
I'm
like
on the iPad and see the cameras right now. I just see this Google Meet.
yeah, it looks like it's heading back in the right direction now. Let's see what it does. The chat wants you to introduce yourself. Tell everybody who you are.
My name is Mark. I'm looking in the chat. I'm from Switzerland, 45 years old. I actually only worked at many different things in construction, and then lately in the government, doing like permissions to build constructions. So I don't know if that's understandable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's quite my background, and I'm very unscientific, but I'm like an atheist, and I am not believing in any higher things than like spiritual stuff. Yeah, it's not my. So I got into your channel by watching like the flat Earth debating stuff, and I'm using videos, and now I do an experiment which I don't really know too much about. I read a bit on Wikipedia, and now it's it's interesting, and I made some flat jokes maybe in the chat. But yeah, that's
okay. That's okay. No, it's good to have you, Mark.
Yeah, good to you too.
Yeah, this is an experiment that I mean, it's quite a famous one. You know, it was done the first time 222 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's quite a common thing. People do it in university, and
yeah,
or some version of it. It's still used today to measure this thing we think is a physical constant, the gravitational constant.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Cavendish found this out by accident, I think. If I read correctly. I don't know.
Not accidental. I mean, it's predictable by the work that Newton did. Newton clearly said that in his world, his three-dimensional world, masses attract other masses, and Newton came up with an equation that said the force of attraction between masses is proportional to the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between the center of those masses.
Okay.
But proportional to doesn't tell you much other than they're just proportional. You need a constant of some sort to make them equal. And that's where this big G thing comes in. That is the constant of proportionality that turns it from F being proportional to F being equal to big G times the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance. So really what Cavendish did was determining the density of the Earth, the apparent density, average density of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But and it wasn't popular at that time. It wasn't the Newtonian gravitational expression didn't include this big G concept that we use today. That didn't come until about 100 years later. But still, he had lost my train of thought. Still, Cavendish had all of the information
Mm-hmm.
that he needed to calculate this value of big G if he had wanted to. It's all in his paper. You can take his paper and derive big G directly from what he measured.
Oh, yeah.
So just knowing other things. You needed one other piece of information, and that is what is the acceleration of gravity here on Earth, and everybody has known that for forever. 9.8 meters per second. That's well known. So Cavendish certainly knew that. That was the only other number he needed.
Uh-huh.
So people will criticize you when you say, "Oh, Cavendish determined the gravitational constant," and true, being very pedantic about it, he did not. He never stated a value for the gravitational constant. That is all true. He stated a density of the Earth, but he also stated the size of the Earth. And if you knew the size of the Earth, the diameter, and he had that number in his paper very accurately. You know the diameter of it, and you know the density of it, then you know the mass of it.
Yeah.
And that's all you need. Now you can come up with the big G number quickly.
So he didn't look for it, but he found it.
Yeah, it was buried in there. He just didn't think that way.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't thinking about it like that.
And then it stopped what I read, maybe. I was just like, did a quick look over on Wikipedia in German, where is less information than, found less information than on the English side, but.
Whoops. Okay, 160. 168. Yeah, I have to stop occasionally and write down some data.
Okay. So should I go back and then somebody else can talk? I can listen to someone?
Oh, anybody can join. We can have as many as we like on here. In fact, I'll post the link out there in the chat again if anybody else wants to join in. Yeah, I don't think we have any limits to how many people we can have.
Good. How many viewers are there, Mike?
At the moment, what do we got? 22.
22. That's
22 people watching.
Constant in the 20s.
That's not too bad for a. This is actually a really boring thing to watch.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't do very much. It's 3.5 hours of what you see right here, the red dot moving back and forth.
Yeah, but still it's quite relaxing somehow to watch. Something happens, I didn't really know what, but it's some science, and the chat, it's fun.
Yeah, this is going to go until about.
What?
Well, let's see. I think about another 20 minutes. Let me see where I am with this time lapse over here. Back in a second.
Yep. I go get March 2.
So the center point on the time lapse will be in another 76 frames. About 25 minutes from now, so at about 5 minutes before the hour, we can we'll move those weights to the other position.
Maybe I get an echo now because I'm on this Google Meet on the laptop and watching your channel on TV at the same time.
Yeah, you may want to kill the audio on the live stream. Just mute that, because you should be hearing me through Google Meets.
Yeah, I hear you well.
Yeah. But the chat is hearing both of us,
Okay.
or at least they should be. According to OBS, they're hearing both of us.
Okay.
So that's good.
What's good?
Carl Edwards says, "Hear all three of you."
What?
I was just reading the chat. Carl's joking. He's just messing with us. That's all.
Ah, yeah.
That's okay. Hey, shout out Judy Bassett, €8. Nice super chat. No words to go with it, but I really appreciate it, Judy. Thank you for all you've done.
So what's your age?
My age?
Yeah.
I am 71.
Oh, right. You don't hear that.
I've been around for a minute, Mark.
Yeah. I'm getting there too, but it's still gonna take a second.
That's okay. I got a few good years left in me, I think.
Yeah, hopefully.
As long as I can still manhandle 50-pound lead balls, I guess I'm okay.
Yeah.
Carl Edwards, 70s are. Thank you, sir. It says, "Thank you, Blue, and thanks to all your supporters." Absolutely. Huge shout out to all the channel members and patrons and PayPals. You guys have made it possible to do this stuff. It wasn't cheap, and it certainly was at times a little expensive in some areas, and you guys really made it possible. And I'll tell you, the support from the community has just been phenomenal. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's good. It's often nice how people get supported and can make things happen and show them to other people that cannot do this or don't want to do it. Like,
Yeah. And another shout out to John Rapp, 5 Australian. Thank you, sir. Does this button do anything? You betcha, buddy. It robs your bank accounts, what it does. I really appreciate it, John. Thank you. Carl says 70 czars, maybe $5. Hell, I'm not even sure what czar is. What is that? Do you know, Mark?
A Tsar
Yeah.
could be like a Russian ancient. What's it in German? It's a Kaiser. It's like one thing higher than the king, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Got that.
They,
I'm just trying to figure out that currency, what currency that is.
Tsar.
Yeah.
So Tsar is a currency.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check. South African rand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, South African.
That would make sense, I guess.
Yeah, I hope so. ISO codes, so yeah.
Oh, doorbell. Let's see. OALM. Hop on in here. What's going on? OALM.
Oh yeah, ZAR is the South African rand.
Can you take your volume down just about
Oh,
25,000
sorry.
clicks?
Sorry, is that too loud now? How about that?
You can come down just a little more would be fine.
Let's see, how do I do that? I have to go to settings. Yeah, ZAR is a South African rand, Kruger rand.
Okay.
But I was curious, why do you need the radius of the Earth to do Cavendish?
You don't.
It's
They
because
they just thought they just made that remark, which I found remarkable, that they don't understand this any better than that.
well, they think that everything that you do, every experiment we do, is to try to prove the shape of the Earth. It's
Yeah.
like, no, I'm not trying to prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm debunking flat Earth.
Oh wow. Curtis Reynolds, $50. Huge shout out. Curtis says, I've been lurking your streams for some time. I commend your efforts. I was thinking the oscillations could be elf waves. Yeah, maybe. Could be. I think it actually could be a little seismic event of some sort. It doesn't necessarily need to be an earthquake. It could have been something local here, for all I know.
Yet there's been zero earthquakes in eastern Tennessee in the past 24 hours.
Yeah,
You had one last week in Maryville,
yeah.
but that was like a 1.9. Maybe, but you've got a lot of fracking going on out there in the Chattanooga Shale.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with fracking. That's my theory.
could be. That is odd. This is a very odd occurrence. I think I've seen it happen once over the last 8 months or so. The only other time that you see that oscillation that way, where the whole pendulum is swinging, is when I bump the enclosure. It takes some sort of seismic activity or some movement of that enclosure to cause that. Just me moving around or the air conditioning coming on or going off or anything. No, nothing like that would cause that. So it's really a bit of a mystery, but we'll see if we can still analyze this data. I think we can. I really only need 3 consecutive extreme points. The more you have, the better, obviously. But just odd to see that happen like that. Hey, Lefty. I see you in the chat. Two left thumbs. You guys still hearing me?
Yep.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you did have a seismometer, you know, just like next to it, so you could confirm.
Yeah, it would be. I'm starting to think I may have inadvertently built a seismometer here. I didn't mean to.
It's highly sensitive. Yeah, it could have been a gnat sneeze.
I've even worried about spiders, to be honest. You know, those little tiny little guys that love to infest garages and things and make those real little tiny webs. There have been a few times when I've been tempted just to take the damn covers off to see if there's any cobwebs in there. And then when you do take the covers off, you find out there are no cobwebs in there. Spiders don't seem to like the inside of that thing. But when you consider that the force that we're measuring here is the equivalent of a sheet of paper measuring 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter, that's not a lot of force.
Maybe about the force of one of those tiny spiders.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be about what one of those spiders weighs.
But where would they be to have an influence? On what? Where on this structure, or would something have an influence on this oscillation?
Didn't completely understand. Hang on.
On what part of the construction would like a little insect have an influence on the measurements?
Oh, if a spider decided to get in there and connect a spider web between part of the torsion balance and the cabinet, the enclosure itself,
Yeah.
that could have an influence on it. Definitely.
Or if a housefly landed on one of your balls.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
168 and a half. That's 42. This is the low end of the observation. So I want to move the weights in about 20 minutes. That'll take us all the way through one full oscillation and then start back the other direction. and then I will move them, and that'll shift the oscillation to the upper position. I think it's stabilized enough now that I usually use the oscillation periods right after I move the weights. But this time I may use the ones right before I move them, from this first set. You want to be careful that you don't get into selective data taking just to try to make something appear the way you want it to appear, you know. I don't mind throwing out data for a good reason, but not just to make the damn number work out. But I'm quite sure, although Cavendish never talked about it, I'm quite sure he had these same sorts of experiences where partway through one of his tests, or after he sat down and looked at the data he had taken, he said, "Oh well, you know, something happened. I don't know what it was," and just threw it out. That is part of the real world. I worked in the air pollution industry all my life, and you're frequently doing tests on particulate emissions and taking samples in smokestacks and stuff like that. And it is not uncommon at all to get partway through a test and say, "Okay, quit. We just bumped the side of the stack with a probe," or something happened. That's the way life is. So it's certainly not abnormal, but I've had very little of that though, really. I haven't discarded any testing in probably the last 25 tests. Nothing. I didn't like some of it all that much, but there's no reason to get rid of it. 27 people watching. Hey, you guys are really bored on a Saturday morning, aren't you?
Yeah, it's afternoon for me, but is that better or worse?
I don't know. You're bored in the afternoon too, huh? Okay.
That makes me even more boring.
But you're in Seville, right?
No, it'd be worse to get up early for it, no? Eben has a question. Now that it's stable, do you just extend the observation time?
Yeah, that's more or less what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I would have probably moved it right now, but I'm going to wait for at least one more period. Yeah, Clive's got some ideas too. Judy Bassett says, "I worked with a service engineer that would change the test data to give the expected result." Yeah, that's the guy you don't want to have anything to do with, right, Judy? We just don't do that.
Yeah, it's called fudging or cooking the books.
Selective data taking, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any patience for selective data takers. As I say, I may not like the result, but I'm going to write it down, whatever it is.
Yeah, the data don't care about your feelings.
No. Well, it's perfectly okay to to exclude the outliers. That's normal. But you know, you can't just go through a data set and say I'm just going to get rid of all the ones that are too high. Uh-oh. Now you got a problem. Hey, Dora. €2. Thank you, ma'am. One more for you, Blue, she says. I really appreciate it, Dora.
Sometimes I hear like a rhythmic drumming sound in the background. What's that noise?
That's probably that's the air conditioner in here.
Ah.
This is a garage, so it's not really connected. It doesn't have the central heating and air system of the house.
Yeah.
So I've got a little window air conditioning unit that keeps it cool in here in the summertime, and that's what you're hearing. Let's see. Speaking of temperature, let me see what the temperature is showing over here. So we're showing exactly 22.0 C. Whoops. Go fix this. $226. So since at 7:23 this morning, which was 2.5 hours ago, the temperature was 21.8 C, and right now it's 22.0 C. So the temperature in here stayed within 0.2 of a degree centigrade. That's pretty close. That's certainly not enough temperature change to have any effect on anything. That was one of the problems that Cavendish faced. He had, of course, no sort of temperature or atmospheric control, as would have been the case in the late 1700s. Obviously, nobody had anything but a fireplace and a window that they could open in the summertime. So he had to be very careful about rapid changes in the temperature of the ambient temperature around the experiment. That wood case is going to change temperature a lot faster than those lead balls will. And he found out that when the lead balls were a different temperature than the case, when he moved them close, then you alter the temperature on one side of the case and you start setting up circulating air currents inside. But I haven't had that problem.
So guys, I have to go. I need to prepare for training. I still watch, but I have to prepare some arrows. Yeah, it was nice talking to you directly. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice experiment.
thanks for joining, Mark. I appreciate it. You're welcome
Thank you.
anytime.
Thanks. See you next time.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a great training.
Thanks.
Yeah, be glad you're not doing it here in Seville, Spain. We're going up to 44 degrees Celsius, which is what, 110?
Yeah, something like that.
Holy moly. And we'll go out and buy 111 we're going to get up to.
Wow.
So it's excruciating. It crushes your soul to go outside.
Wish there was a way I had, let's see. Trying to figure out if there's any way I can control your volume on meets, but I don't think I can.
Let me see if I can do it. Let me try.
Yeah, you're okay at the level you were just at. But when you get close to that mic, it gets really loud.
Yeah, that's what it is. I just back off my mic, and I'm used to using it for recording, so I get close.
Yeah.
But you might hear my fan on too. I have to have the fan on. You leave a towel or something outside, and in 2 days it's bleached. Just
Really?
the sun is it just bleaches all the colors out of everything.
John Rapp wants you to send his summer back to him.
Yeah, please take it.
This part of the U.S., the part of the U.S. where I live doesn't see those sorts of temperatures very, very often. In fact, we rarely see a temperature in excess of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So, 38, 39 C is really, really hot around here. And typically, I think yesterday our high was maybe 91 or 92, something like that Fahrenheit. Whatever that is, 33 C.
Yeah, 33, 34. It's been getting worse though. This is the hottest year I can remember in a while. It's not getting any colder.
Oh no, it's not. There you go, Wave Seeker. There's a link to the Google Meets. If you want to join, feel free.
But back in Alaska, there's a Portage Glacier. Portage Glacier is like an hour south of Anchorage. When I was a kid in the 70s, it would be like giant lumps of blueberry sorbet ice cream. It was enormous and beautiful. Now you go there and it's just a lake. There's no glacier left. We've had entire villages slide into the ocean in western Alaska because they're built on permafrost.
Yeah.
That permafrost starts to thaw out, it slides into the sea. And they had to move the entire village like a mile back from the edge.
Yep. Doorbell. And John Watson. We got Gil and John Watson. Good morning or afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
For me,
Yeah,
for me at least.
yeah, hear you fine, Gil. Welcome.
Nice.
your icon's the same color as me.
Oh, mine?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like a rusty brown.
yeah. I think it's the camera. Yeah.
I'm supposed to be steampunk, so for me that's cool. Cool
Mhm.
color.
Mhm.
I heard you on the Shills show, John Watson.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was trying to photograph the Perseids and dropped in for a little bit.
Was that last night?
Yeah, the peak was the night before, but the weather was not cooperating. It wasn't really cooperating last night, if I'm perfectly honest. I got I got lots of nice pictures of clouds and stars in between. That was about it.
Well, you got that big honking telescope. It ought to be able to see right through those clouds.
Well, that's I'm still haven't finished the observatory. I really need to get that done. And
That's a beautiful piece of work you got, for sure.
yeah, it's I think I could do some damage with that.
Oh yeah. Makes my stuff look a little puny.
I did see a really dramatic Perseid meteor last night. I'm not sure if I managed to photograph it or not. But the camera was just running, but it was like a lightning bolt. It was really bright. So hopefully I got it on camera.
St. Lawrence's Tears.
Is that another name for them?
Yes.
Well, we've had a bit of drama here the last few days. Mrs. John got concussion. She's been really unwell, so she's been off work.
What happened?
She was we're at a friend's house, and she was in an attic bedroom, and she stood up into a low beam, like right in the crown of her head, and I wasn't there at the time, but she started acting really strange, like super aggressive, shouting and swearing, throwing stuff around for no reason at all, and about this was like 9 o'clock in the morning, and then so 12, 1 o'clock, she said, "Well, I feel sick, I feel cold. I hit my head this morning." And then she passed out with her eyes open. I'm like, fuck.
There's something wrong then.
We were staying with another nurse, and so it was kind of, I suppose, the best place to be. But she had a CAT scan, and she's all right. But it's really it's made her really ill. She's been in bed basically since that happened.
Had she ever lost consciousness apart from that one time that she passed out with her eyes open? Was that, as far as you know, was that the first and only time that she lost consciousness? John, you hear me?
I think he's gonna check with the missus.
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know though. That's my guess.
The reason
She-
why is that's one thing you don't want to happen, right? Is that for the first 12 hours you monitor them, don't let them fall asleep, keep them awake for a while.
Oh yeah.
Was that the only time she had passed out or no?
She passed out 2 or 3 times just the day that it happened, but it's been quite a few days now. So it's what day is it today? Saturday. Well, it's almost a week since it happened actually. She's still not herself.
Well, it takes a while to get over that. I've done it myself. It's not a nice feeling.
I've never experienced somebody with that severe concussion before. I had concussion when I was at school, and all that happened really was that I went blind for an hour, which was quite frightening. But apart from that, I was okay.
I've seen so many concussions. I've including myself. Including hitting low beams. That's why I have a helmet now. No, but seriously, I really have seen a lot. I was doing ski patrol for 6 years. I worked many concussions. I saw one guy. It depends on what part of the head. If she's hit the top of their head, that can affect all kinds of things like memory. I saw one guy hit his frontal lobe, and he developed another personality.
Yeah, that's what.
So it can really affect your moods and your personalities permanently or temporarily.
Yeah, I mean it was really frightening actually, because that morning it's like she's a different person, and it was horrible. But yeah, she stood up straight into this beam, and she jarred her neck and her shoulders, and she still got sore teeth from. She must have really banjoed herself, but she never said anything. She didn't think it was actually that bad.
Until the effects started to show.
Yeah. Yeah, there was quite a lot of drama.
All the throwing things and screaming.
Yeah,
What am I? And then all of a sudden, eyes wide open, boom, pass out.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. But she was, and she was, when she was conscious as well. I thought she'd had a stroke initially.
Yeah.
I mean, she was like conscious, but her body was limp, like a dead body.
Usually,
That's actually similar to a seizure.
Yeah. And actually, I inadvertently shut her arm in the car door. I was taking her to the hospital, and her arm fell out of the door as I was closing the door, and I slammed the door on her arm. She didn't even flinch. I was like, oh my god.
as if hitting your head is not good, worse enough. You're just like donk in her arm. Oh, sorry, honey.
Yeah, if we're going to hospital, we might as well,
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just It's only an
No.
arm. You don't need it.
She's got another one just like it.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
You've got next. It's been a week now. You're going to need to take her back to get another review. They're going to do test her vision, test her memory, what day of the week is it, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, she's. Thankfully, she was. Well, it's good and bad. She was so ill that there was no possibility whatsoever of her going to work. So she's just had to lie low. She's terrible for not looking after herself in these kind of situations, but she hasn't had any choice. But as I said, she's a nurse, so she'll be, if and when she goes back to work, she'll actually be checked out by her own colleagues, which is quite good. But she seems to be pretty compos mentis now.
So talking about the test here, what we see on the screen, the laser position, that's basically that little black box on the left bottom corner. That's the laser next to the clock.
Yeah, that's the laser. And
So, yeah.
yeah, it's shining through a window in the side of the enclosure on a mirror that's mounted on the torsion balance right at the center. And that's reflecting light across the room about 10 feet over to the target, which is that scale that you see in the upper part of the window.
Okay. And then the veneer is basically that little square hole that you see, like in the bottom of the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Just to the right of the lead ball there. That's the window that it's looking through.
Okay.
Just a close-up
So,
of the vernier. So
yeah.
that's really a simulation. It's not a simulation. It's exactly what Cavendish did. That's how he took all his measurements, was through that window, or a window like that.
So is it going in one direction or is it going back and forth?
It's oscillating back and forth.
Oh. So there's the big lead balls, we can see them, but like the balls are being attracted to what I see, like a wooden construction, like that. There's a mass in the wood, or is the wood or what is moving? Are the big lead balls moving, or?
No. The big lead balls are stationary. They're not moving at all.
Okay.
When you look through at the window, that vernier that you're looking at through the window. The upper part of that is screwed onto the torsion balance itself. And that torsion balance is basically just a wooden beam. And on each end of it, hanging down below it about 3 or 4 inches, there's a small lead ball. Weighs about 780 grams. And that's inside that cavity. That's like a little cavity down there that those balls are where they can move freely. And then the whole torsion beam is hanging from the torsion wire itself, which is over in the center, right at the center of the beam, and that goes up quite a ways up to an adjuster mechanism up on top. But if you can find a lot of stuff on my channel that shows the construction of this thing. It's pretty well documented.
So what I don't get, like, I'm just gonna be like a little bit stupid right now, right? So I do get like the small ball, the small lead balls being attracted by the large mass, the big lead balls. I do get that, but why do they go back? Why do they create distance again?
Well, this thing is a horizontal pendulum, is what it is the best way to think of it.
Okay.
Works just like a pendulum does.
Okay.
With a normal pendulum, it's the force of gravity is the restoring force. The force of gravity with a normal pendulum is what's trying to pull the pendulum back to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
But because of the inertia of the bob on the end of the pendulum, it accelerates down and it doesn't stop at the bottom, it overshoots.
Yep.
And then reverses and goes back the other way and overshoots again, and you get that oscillation.
Yep.
In
I
a
get
clock, you've got an escapement mechanism that adds a little bit of energy each time to keep the thing swinging. But if you can imagine, if that escapement wasn't working, it just slowly stops oscillating, right? Eventually, it'll just settle at the bottom.
it. Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
And this, it doesn't do that. It keeps oscillating. So there's an external force acting on the masses.
well, no, it will eventually stop oscillating. It will. But
Okay.
the difference is the restoring force in this case with the torsion balance is not gravity, it is the torque in the wire.
Okay.
That little wire, as you twist it slightly, you put torque in the wire, it resists you twisting it, and it tries to pull itself back to the center. And then the same thing happens that happens with a regular gravity pendulum. It will overshoot and then swing back and overshoot and so forth and so on. But each time it does that, it'll lose a little bit of the energy, and
and eventually it stops.
Yeah, until it eventually stops. Now, you know, with like a grandfather clock, that'll stop in a matter of a minute or two. With this thing, it'll stop in a matter of a day or two.
Okay.
It just takes it a long time to settle down because it's moving so slowly, and the only resistance it has really is just air resistance. And look at how slowly that thing's moving, and it's only moving. Each one of those lines on that scale is 5/100ths of an inch.
That's a millimeter, right? That's a
It's less
centimeter.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 5.
tiny amount. It's less than a millimeter. Well, no, slightly more than a millimeter, but about that. You could just say that's a millimeter. So the whole movement of this thing is 10 millimeters. From the highest point that we've just measured to the lowest point that we've just measured is about 10 scale divisions there. That's about, I don't know, 10 or 12 millimeters. So it doesn't move very much, so there's not a lot of air resistance slowing it down. And the only other thing that you've got is just internal resistance in the wire itself. But that oscillation period is a handy thing. It's a good thing to know because the oscillation period of a horizontal pendulum like this, with a gravity pendulum, the period is 2 pi times the square root of the length of the pendulum divided by little g, the gravitational acceleration. With a horizontal pendulum, the period is 2 pi times the square root of I over k, I being the moment of inertia of the beam, and k being the torsion constant of the torsion element, the wire. So they're very, very similar in nature. Easy to compare, and when you know that, when you know the oscillation period, and you can easily calculate what the moment of inertia of the balance is, then you can figure out what the torsion constant is, and that will tell you in turn how much force it is required to make it move that much.
Okay.
Sounds like witchcraft, but it really isn't. It's all based on fairly simple science.
Yeah, understanding it is one. I mean, everybody can understand this logically. Well, flat earthers, they don't. But they're far from logic. They're far.
They choose not to understand it.
Yeah, they choose. Well, no, some of them are really stupid. Sorry. I mean, I've had some really, like, I'm in some Facebook, you know, the globe versus flat earth discussion, and it's just unbelievable every single time. Like, they repeat the same stupid shit over and over again, no matter how many times. Like, they share, for example, the Gleason map. Gleason was a globe earther. It's in his patent, you know, and they still use it, like videos and everything. And I'm just like, oh my god, like, It's just sad sometimes. It's just really sad.
I have to agree with you.
Well, what's worse, using the Gleason or saying no, that's not my map. Mine's different.
Yeah. But what they can't do, I always ask them like, show me a model, show me your model or a flat Earth model, doesn't matter, which has the seasons and day and night in the same model at the same time. Can't do it. It's impossible. No flat earther has ever come up with that model. Even like, what was it, Nathan Oakley or what was it, Jeranism. He said, yeah, we don't have a model. They admitted it. Bob Nodell measured the spin of the earth twice. So it's like, what more do you need?
Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Jeranism, for proving the curve in the, on Netflix for everybody to see.
Yeah, there's lots of things to show too, though, like mass attracts mass, or my latest video I show that gas goes down. There's a downward bias. But,
Oh, you have a channel too?
but it's great when flat earthers prove the globe too. That's the best.
Yeah. Yeah, on Facebook and stuff, you can't really, know who's trolling and who's not, But if you look at the videos, you usually know who's, a real flat earther and who is not.
It's really hard to tell sometimes. There's some that the jury's still out on. But I have a litmus test. Ask them for their model, ask them where down is, and ask them to do any math.
Yeah.
Those are the three. That's the litmus test for me.
Yeah.
Model, math, and down.
Yeah. The South Pole is not down. That's not what that is.
By the way, I just posted an AC/DC song on the Kill Your Shit on Discord, Blue, that I thought was quite appropriate.
I don't have your Discord, by the way.
I'm not on the Discord, but that AC/DC song wouldn't happen to appear on the album Dirty Deeds. They're on Dirt Cheap.
I don't know what album it's Big Balls.
Yeah, Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap.
You have a Discord channel, right?
Yeah, I would
Oh,
say
here it
the.
is.
You post a link. In the,
Is it BMS server? Yeah,
in the
here,
YouTube
BMS.
chat, maybe.
It is. It is in the. I think it's in the. Yeah. It's in the chat. BMS.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, there it is. Nice.
Stepped away for a minute. Sorry if I missed anything.
Maybe we should introduce ourselves. So,
Yeah, this
I'm
is
Wave Seeker. I'm from Belgium. And been a flat Earth debunker for about 3 years now.
Yeah, glad to have you too. Thanks for joining.
And of course, I'm subscribed to all the, the globe proponents, the major players like, Blue Marvel Science, Simon Dan, Sly Sparkane, and many others that I'm forgetting at the moment.
A lot of us out there. A lot of really good ones. guys like Simon and Cats and
Oh yeah, conspiracy cats. He's funny though. He's real funny. I like his videos.
yeah,
His
he's a good friend. I like him.
Yeah, I like his style because he's scientific, but funny as well. So he's cool. That's kind of what I try to do. Like I did the Flat Earth Looney Tunes. Like Mark Sargent is Elmer Fudd. Yeah, Nathan Thompson is Pepe Le Pew. I do them all. There's a whole list that correspond perfectly. And then my last video, yeah, I'm Awaleng, just like my name, O space ALEM. It means the beyond in Portuguese, and I do debunking it. But lately I've been doing flat Earth, but I've also debunked Mandela effect, and and ginger giants. Pseudo archaeologists they're starting to bug me. Said, have you seen the giants? That Smithsonian hides giants. Did you know that?
no, never heard of that. Is it like they claim that giants are real, or that they roamed the earth?
They found bones, but the Smithsonian hid them away.
Oh yeah. I think I picked something up. I heard like what they usually say is like the big tree trunks in like Australia or Africa or something. Some ridiculous claims. I think that Simon Dan had made a video about it, but it's just like these conspiracy theories that they don't make sense. And then chemtrails, of course, like flat Earth and chemtrails. Those are the two biggest ones, I think.
Well, you know, giants built the pyramids, right? They were red-headed giants built the pyramids. You can tell because all the entryways and the passageways are really, really tiny.
Nice.
The most batshit crazy stuff I've heard about giants is from Flat Earth Aussie Jesus. That guy, he really takes it.
He's all over the place. I think what was it? Giants carved the moon out of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, yeah.
This is, yeah.
So yeah, a lot of these conspiracies overlap, don't they?
Oh yeah. The worst thing is when one of your own friends starts believing in them. Like I found out after I was debunking flat Earth, I talked with an old friend of mine, and he actually believes in chemtrails, and he actually believes that the Earth and he literally said this, is an apple with a bite taken out of it, and we are living in the bitten out part. Like it's flat, but it's partially flat and partially round. Then I asked him, and he didn't know, so I was like, oh god. And then I contacted his father, and I was like, hey, your son is a little bit yeah, he believes in conspiracy theories, and he actually agreed with his son, and I was like, okay, there's a bunch of folks I'm not gonna hang around with anymore, unfortunately,
I got into all this because of my own brother.
Really?
Yeah. I hadn't really had much contact with him for quite a few years, but my dad said to me one day, "Oh, your brother's bought a couple of telescopes," and I said, "That's great. That's fantastic." And he said, "Well, no, it's not really. Why is that?" Well, the reason he bought the telescopes is to take observations to prove that the Earth is flat.
Oh no!
Like, what?
You should wait. He paid a couple of £1,000 to shoot himself in his own foot, because that's what he eventually will do. He will observe that things disappear over the horizon or whatever, or the stars. They're not, the moon is not self-illuminary or whatever. So he's gonna find it out anyways, or like, isn't he? Hasn't he done?
I don't. I mean, I didn't speak to him too much about it all at the time, but I think he took observations over water.
Which are the worst ones?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and basically proved to himself that he was correct, but didn't do the observations properly. And but I think the thing that really kind of pushed me into looking at flat Earth stuff was that I was in his house one day and he had one of these point and shoot thermometers.
Yeah.
And I was like, why have you got one of those? And he said, because the moon's cold. And I'm
Oh
like,
no! Oh no! Tell him to do the same experiment without a moon and with a moon, and he will
Yeah.
get exactly the same results.
but
Oh,
there's no talking to him about it. It's just it really is pointless. Right, I did get a microwave oven out of it because he uh, he he uh, he said he was getting rid of his microwave and I didn't have one.
okay.
And I'm like, "You're getting rid of it?" And he said, because they're dangerous. I'm like, "What do you
Really?
mean?" And he said, "Yeah, if you boil water in a microwave and then
Yeah.
let it cool down and water plants with it, it'll kill the plants."
Yeah,
Like,
that was the old urban myth of there's a girl did that in her science class. Was that debunked or not?
of course it was. I mean, I said to him, like, you could test that. You could boil some water in your microwave and water your plants with it and see if that's true. Right?
Cool the water down. Let it cool down first, right? Let it cool down first, and then use it. You know.
Microwaves are extremely dangerous. Do not insert any children or pets.
But yeah, but
in
wait
your
a minute.
microwave.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Don't they say, like, don't flat earthers say that, like, gravity is EM radiation or electromagnetic waves? Isn't that exactly what a microwave is? Electromagnetic radiation. So so living on the Earth is deadly then, or
Yeah.
whatever. It's, oh my God, dude.
Your microwave is creating microgravity.
Yeah, exactly. Yet you can shield it. That's another thing. Like, oh no, yeah, gravity is electromagnetic radiation. Then I'm asking, like, why are all objects attracted in the same way, 9.81 meters per second squared? Like, and why can we shield the M radiation? And yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Good luck shielding gravity.
Exactly.
I like to see you make that
Yeah, but
stop.
why can butterflies float then, and why does water stay on the underside of the earth? It's like stupid questions like that.
Because underside is the wrong preposition.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's like Australia is not literally down under. It's just,
I do remember saying to my brother once, so if gravity is electromagnetism, if you walk into a Faraday cage, you'll just float around.
Yeah.
That,
Gravity just ceases to exist. Boof.
that wrecked his head. But
Good.
Hello, J Mac.
but yeah, the cold moonlight.
Good morning, Blue.
Good morning. Welcome.
Hi, J Mac.
Good morning. I was watching earlier, and I guess I missed the anomaly.
Yeah. We're still trying to figure out what that is. I doubt.
I think it was a Stargate.
Well, I know.
It was electromagnetic radiation.
Must have been.
Must have been.
I know there's been seismic activity. I heard something about a earthquake in Haiti, pretty large.
Wait a minute. I actually have that opened up. Which, give me a second. Like the worldwide earthquakes and stuff. Which, give me a second. Let me get that back. Live earthquakes. Yeah, there was a big one in or not a big one. Wait, let me check. Magnitude.
Yeah, good idea. I checked Eastern Tennessee, but not the bigger area. I looked on earthquaketrack.com.
I use earthquake.usgs.gov. So there's one 4.5, but that's a far away one. Look at closer to states. Yeah, the
one I saw a news flash for was in Haiti. It's at 7.2. Don't know the time.
Oh yeah, that's a
anything.
big one. That's a big one. Yeah. Wait. Let me check. What was in it? Let me check. Yeah. Time 1429 UTC plus 2. Depth of 10 kilometers. Yeah, and it's Haiti. So that's a really strong earthquake.
So what time was that in Tennessee time?
Well, it's UTC plus 2. I don't know what UTC is there in Tennessee. I don't know that.
It's UTC minus 5, isn't it?
Well, so 7 hours less. So that's 14. It was at 1429.09. So minus 7 is, I don't know, 8 o'clock in the morning?
5
o'clock in the morning, am I right? Or 8:30 in the morning, sorry. What time is it there in Tennessee right now?
It's 10:30.
Yeah, so that earthquake was like 2 hours ago. So I don't think it...
Well, the anomaly was a good hour ago.
How fast do... Yeah, so how fast...
It takes some time for it to get here, S waves. Kind of takes some time.
Exactly.
There are always rumblings after a major...
How fast do they propagate though? S waves, and where do they propagate to?
Well,
because they don't.
S waves are surface waves. So how deep was it?
10 kilometers. What was that? 7 miles? 6.5 miles? I don't know though. I don't know anything about seismography or whatever. So I do know there are PNS waves, and they travel the globe. Another proof for the globe. Yeah, I don't know how fast or.
Shockwaves travel the speed of sound.
Right.
They tracked Krakatoa, for example, around the world 3 or 4 times.
There was a recent one in Tonga at an hour later. So that actually coincides perfectly with your experiment. It was a magnitude 4.5, 160 miles west of Haveluloto, Tonga, at a depth of over 385 kilometers. That's a really deep one.
So how far is Tennessee from Haiti?
Well, Haiti's in the Caribbean, so not super far away, but Tonga is in the Pacific. That's too far away.
Yeah. But wait a minute. Don't PNS waves travel through the Earth? They can go on the opposite side but they can go through the Earth, through the mantle and the layers of, what is it? Lava or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah.
S waves. I presume. I mean, I don't know. Much about.
So it has to be.
But I presume that the S waves would travel at the speed of sound through
it
depends on density.
Faster than that. I think they travel faster than
much faster. Yeah.
So the rule is that the proximity to the epicenter does matter. For example, in the Aceh in Indonesia, that earthquake 2005, I think it was, created the huge tsunami.
Yeah.
It affected that at a radius.
Wait a minute.
Or the 1964 earthquake in Alaska was, I think it was farther south of Anchorage, but it caused a tsunami as far away as Hawaii. So it should be at least in the same ocean. That's why the Caribbean's not far from Tennessee.
There was another earthquake 20 minutes later in Haiti, a 5.2. And then there is, let me check. Yeah. I mean, I can link them like the everything. Wait, let me just put it on the live stream. There you go. That's what I'm using.
Well, it just sounds like there's been a lot of seismic activity in the last 24 hours. So.
Oh, there's seismic activity all across the world, all the time. So
Right.
it just depends like how close it is to Tennessee and how big the earthquakes are. But a 7.2, yeah, well that I'd call that a big earthquake. So I think, and that's pretty close to the States, right? Haiti.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Whether or not your experiment can pick up an earthquake of that size and at that distance, I don't have a clue. So I don't know how sensitive it is.
I don't know either. It wasn't designed to, certainly wasn't contemplated in the design of it.
Mm-hmm. Would be cool though.
Yeah,
Hey, Blue.
It would be nice if you could correlate to something like that, but I don't see any immediate way of doing it unless somebody's got a seismometer around here locally.
Yeah.
Let me see how much one costs size.
Hey, Blue.
Yeah.
Have you ever maybe calibrated the structure by, tapping it in 3 different axes and seeing what you get in your data?
Not calibrated it. I have done that. I've tapped it intentionally and accidentally many times.
I guess that's what I meant, not necessarily calibrating, but
Oh yeah.
just checking anomalies.
It takes. I'm going to say it takes more. It got to. I think I would feel it if it's enough to actually disturb that thing. Honestly, I don't think it's that sensitive. Something got it upset. Who knows what? I have a feeling we're going to have to chalk that one up to just one of those little mysteries of life.
Yeah. Well, as long as you maintain the data. Yeah. Cool.
If the data is consistent, whether or not you have those oscillations, I think that's fine. But like, it's another variable to consider. I don't like variables, especially not when discussing stuff with, two flat earthers. They always bring up some, they always bring up excuses.
Well, flat earthers in general want the world to be absolutely perfect. This thing should get to 3 decimal places, exactly the same result every time. And then they're perfectly willing to accept an argument like, but it looks flat to me.
Well, if you're trying to deceive them, you certainly wouldn't show it live and then keep the data.
Yeah, true.
That's not really an option.
I can't imagine.
Now, if you're trying to fake it, you would do it like Riley did.
I can't imagine being any more transparent with what I'm doing than what I've been. I mean, watch it live.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, for the most part, they don't watch anyway.
They have their own live streams and their own chat channels. Yeah.
Well, the cool thing about broadcasting it live is YouTube has to bear the expense of the damn storage of that much video. Yeah, I've got at least 500 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's wonderful. But this is not very useful for from a data taking standpoint. Well, it is. I mean, you use it, and I did on some of the earlier tests. But the better thing is this time lapse that's going on over here right now.
Yeah, I think that the time lapse will be the most interesting thing.
Yeah, it is. That's really good. It condenses 3.5 hours worth of stuff down into 2 minutes or less.
Yep.
And then you can use software like Tracker to capture the position of the laser.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes a very good, very accurate measurements too of the position.
Mm-hmm.
That laser, I can see by the size of the laser dot that it's a good 20 feet from the wall, isn't it?
It's about it's 10 feet, 3 inches away from the mirror.
Off from the then it's reflected, right? So you can tell the way it's a little not pixelated, but a little spread out, that it's not really close. So yeah, 10 feet. That makes sense.
Yeah, it looks worse on the video than it does on the time lapse. When you see the 4K time lapse, it's a whole lot cleaner.
Yeah, if it were really bright, solid red, you would think that the laser's closer. Maybe you can tell it's back a ways. And that shows that's important because because it's that far away, the movement is highly exaggerated.
It multiplies the movement of the end of the torsion balance by a factor of 10.25. You automatically double the amount of movement just because you're reflecting it off of the mirror, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
And then,
Cavendish would have loved that.
oh yeah. So when this laser spot moves 1 millimeter, that means the end of the balance only moved 1/10 of a millimeter. And that enables the accuracy of the measurements. Now you can read the same thing off that vernier scale if you want to go cross-eyed sitting here watching it. I did that just for my own edification one time. Took one complete data set by simply sitting and recording the data in the way that Cavendish would have recorded it. And I got to tell you, that is excruciatingly painful. And how that poor bastard managed to make it through 29 of those, I don't know. Because if he reported 29, he probably did 60. I'm not talking about throwing data away. I'm talking about just not attempting to actually take usable measurements, just experimenting with how the thing operates. Because I know he had to go through the same stuff I've gone through. You know, most of the time when we run a test, the test equipment that you use to gather the data is a given, right? You go buy that off the shelf, the voltmeter or the amp meter or the pressure gauge or whatever. You know, all you got to do is take that out of the box and read the instructions. Problem is this time, the test equipment is the experiment itself. The damn thing didn't come with any instructions, unfortunately. So you got to figure out how it behaves on your own.
I just remembered another thing that I said to my
my brother, and I asked, why can't I freeze ants with a magnifying glass under the full moon?
Why can't you do what?
Why can't I freeze ants with a magnifying glass under a full moon?
You should be able
Should
to.
be able to.
Yeah,
Freeze them?
Yeah, instead of burn them with the hot sun, you freeze them with the cold moonlight.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Oh my god! That's like next level stupid.
Well, you know,
I
cold.
Oh my
should-
god! That's seriously stupid. That's
I'm like,
wow.
I should be able to do that.
Well, it was your question, though. Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm gonna
Um,
ask that to a flat earther.
Let's try it.
Well,
Really cool moonlight. That's a song by Whitesnake. In the still of the night, the cool moonlight. Sorry, I'll stop singing.
No, it's an amazing song.
you
I
know,
love
heat transfer is a tough class, even after you've had all that physics. I can't even imagine how it must scramble a flat Earth brain. So,
Ask him if he's got a switch in his house that he can turn on that makes the room go dark. Should be one of those too. I mean, if you can, if cold is a thing, then dark ought to be a thing too. I would think.
and what is the speed of dark again?
Don't know.
Dark switch.
Yeah. Why don't we have dark switch?
Dark is instantaneous.
Wait, if you can cool something with a switch, why do you need an air conditioner?
I think Vsauce made a movie or a video on YouTube about the speed of shadows, because like a shadow is if you cast a shadow on something, right? It's faster than the speed of light, because if the speed of light is going at a certain speed, the shadow behind it is quicker. Needs to be quicker, or it is quicker than the speed of light. But he explained it way better. I mean, he's his intelligence is something else.
Yeah, darkness is just the absence of light. Just like cold is the absence of heat. So you can't produce cold. Light can never produce cold. Cold is the absence, not the production.
Right. That's my point.
It's just crazy. There's just...
They act as if cold is a thing. No, it's not. It's the absence of a thing.
Just like a vacuum is not a thing. It's the
Right.
absence.
It's
of
the
a
absence of a thing.
It's a thing that really wrecks a lot of people's heads. Actually, is the fact, technically, that cold doesn't actually exist. It's not a thing.
Oh, they can't get their head around that.
Yeah. Certainly feels like it's real in Scotland. Actually, we've had quite warm weather here. Actually, I can't complain. Well, it was about 18 degrees Celsius last night, like midnight, when I was out with the camera. Actually,
We have a Simon and Garfunkel fan out in the crowd. Dora says, "Darkness is my good old friend."
It's piles of dark.
I love this one. Judy Bassett. Shout out to Judy. Says, "Lights in a room suck out the dark." What you see at a power plant isn't coal, it's piles of dark.
Wow.
That's brilliant.
Here, let me turn on the light switch and vacuum the dark out.
Yeah, suck the dark out of the room. Send it back to the power plant so they can pile it up.
You know, whenever I
Powerful vacuums that should be sucking the atmosphere out.
when I hear that song, the sound of silence, I always think of the film The Graduate, where his dad buys him a scuba set for his birthday and makes him come out and go into the pool, and he just lies at the bottom of the pool. Just, hello, darkness, my old friend.
It's a good song, though. Good song.
So there's physics in The Graduate, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Cuddly. Liam Brown, I saw him join the chat a little while ago.
Wait, that was a scene in The Graduate?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the guy's dad buys him a scuba set for his birthday, and they have a big party, and they're all around the pool, and his dad forces him to put it all on, and says, "Come out, come out." He's like, "I really don't want to, sir," and to come out, and he ends up in the pool and just lies at the bottom of the pool, and you could sort of see the images of all the people standing around looking into the water, and the song plays. It's a great scene.
Because the iconic song is Hello, Mrs. Robinson, which is also Simon and Garfunkel. Did they do the whole soundtrack?
They did the soundtrack.
Yeah.
I thought it was just the one song. That makes sense. Little Big Man is my favorite thing that he's ever done. It's a long movie, but it's worth it.
Marathon Man.
What's Marathon Man?
It's one of his movies. He plays a history student whose brother is a sort of like a secret agent, and it involves Nazis. If you watch it, you'll understand the significance of the phrase. Is it safe?
I watched him recently, because of the pandemic and stuff. A virus film he did that was pretty good. So Contagion or something.
Outbreak.
Outbreak. Yeah.
Outbreak was a cool movie. I know it wasn't realistic, but it was well done. It was.
Yeah.
Anything he does is great. I think it was loosely based on the book The Hot Zone, which I read like in the 90s when I was traveling through Scotland. And The Hot Zone starts off, there's a guy flying back to Germany from Republic of the Congo. And he's in the back of the plane, and the plane's full, and you can hear him coughing in the back of the plane. eventually land in Germany. That was how the book starts, and you're already, oh crap.
Yeah, I read it back then. It scared the crap out of me.
Where about in Scotland did you travel? You remember?
Oh, all over the place. Marathon Man, thanks for that. 1976, based on, well, wait, William Goldman wrote the book and the screenplay. I'll have to I'll check that out. Looks good. Yeah, I did it was Haggis Tours based out of Edinburgh, and it was a van, backpacker's van, hop on, hop off. So we just went everywhere for a couple months. Spent a lot of time in the Highlands and saw the Heriku near Dromnadochit, which is where the Urquhart Castle is. We actually got kicked out of Urquhart Castle. That was really cool. Late at night, we were partying with some people, some Australians and Kiwis, and I don't know, security, the cops came and kicked us out. It was cool. Good times, good times. Also in the 90s. Climbed Ben Nevis. That was, a little rock. No big deal.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not that. It's not that high. But it's quite deceptive because Fort William is basically it's at sea level, and so you do get tourists going up there in shorts and t-shirt and getting into into problems. Yeah, I was there a few weeks ago.
Ah, cool. Yeah, well, it's like Denali. In fact, we were talking about it yesterday, I think, on Jose's. But so the base camp at Everest is 5,600 meters, but base camp at Denali, Mount McKinley, Alaska, is only 2,000 feet. So same thing, even more extreme, where you go up a couple thousand feet really, really fast. But yeah, if I forgot that Fort William's it's not at sea level, it's a little above, right?
Well, it's it's next to Loch Linney, which is a sea loch. So it would be pretty much at sea level, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we went from Inverness to Fort William. So that's west, right?
Yeah, Fort William's west. Inverness is sort of kind of central, kind of.
Yeah, Inverness have the coolest accent.
Inverness.
Can you give us a sample?
Well, my mother is actually from the Moray Firth. They have their own dialect up there, and I used to go there for like my summer holidays, and I honestly couldn't understand what they were saying. It's not just a thick accent; it's they use different words and stuff. And I remember when I was a kid. I was up there. This place called Port Gordon. That's where the River Spey meets the sea. And this guy, this sort of local kind of hard guy, came up to me and said, "Far do you bide?" And that means where do you stay or where are you from? And I had no idea what he was talking about. And I just kept, what? And he just kept saying, "Far do you bide?" And he had his his friend said he wants to know where you're from, and the town that I'm from is called Doon, and so I said I'm from Doon, and he said Doon far, as in down where? And I said no, Doon,
I'm from Doon.
and he's like Doon fucking far, like Doon far. I'm like no, Doon. That's where I come from, Doon. Doon far. And he was just about to punch me in the face, and his friend said, "No, I think he comes from a place called Doon."
This is the Scottish version of Who's on First?
Right.
I was like, "Fuck's sake!"
Doon where? Down under, or are you Australian?
Yeah, we're from the same country. We can't actually communicate with each other. What's going on? Doon far.
So far G bide. If far is from, and G is you, and bide is live. Where from? Your bide is like your hometown.
Far is where. Far do you bide? Where do you live? Where do you stay?
Cool.
But in the sort of that little kind of northeast part of Scotland, there's a whole, they call it Doric. It's a whole other dialect. The boys and girls are called loons and quines.
Loins and coins.
Loon.
Yeah.
Quine. It's that causes a bit of confusion because it has ended up people thinking that they're being called a loony.
Or a queen.
Yeah.
Do you have any oscillations in the test, by the way? There's another earthquake in Haiti. 4.6.
A 7 is a lot bigger than a 4.
Yeah, it's like, what was it, 300 times heavier?
I was just looking at a 7.2 is 10 times stronger, or no, sorry, 10 times bigger than a 6.2, but it's over 30 times stronger.
Yeah, wait, let me
What I
check.
found.
So 7.2.
There's a calculator. It's on USGS.
Yeah,
It's called
Richter scale.
how much bigger calculator.
Oh, here. Wow, 10 to 20 per year. So this is a major earthquake. Felt across great distance with major damage, mostly limited to 250 kilometers from epicenter. Wait.
Right, a 7 is exponentially bigger than a 4.
Mm-hmm.
We get earthquakes here every couple of years or so.
I've been through so many earthquakes. I've learned to sleep through them in Alaska. And I swear, we used to, Dad would wake us up and put your shoes by the door, get ready to get out. And then it came to, get out of bed. And eventually it just don't even get out of bed. And then eventually don't even wake up.
So the speed for P waves is 8 kilometers per second and 5 kilometers per second for S waves. And they can a 5.5 magnitude earthquake can be felt as far as 300 miles from where it occurred.
If you do the straight line distance from Haiti to Tennessee, and
yeah, let me check how far it is. Google Maps or Google Earth or whatever. I think Google Earth is better. Do that. Let me check.
300 miles. 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 300 miles
Yeah, Google Earth has a ruler.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was gonna do.
So speaking of languages, you're from Wallonia, not Flanders, right?
No, I'm from the Flemish part.
Oh, you are. I
Yep.
got it wrong. Well,
That's fine.
I only had a 50-50 chance, and I got it wrong.
Yeah, it's fine. Somebody asked in the chat already, and I said no. I'm from the Flemish part. But yeah, I've been told that I have absolutely no, or like virtually no accent. So
Well, no, you sound American, but
I
the
know, I
only
know.
reason I guessed Wallonia is because your name looks French.
Oh yeah, Gilles, yeah, Gilles Descamps. Yeah, it sounds French. Like I'm what is it? A quarter French. But yeah, because of the war, the Second World War, my parents grew up in Germany, where they lived for 30 years in Germany. And then they came to Belgium when I was born. So, or I was born in Belgium. So, let me check how far Haiti is from Tennessee. Tennessee. Oh, that's far away though. That's far away.
More than 300
Yeah, it's not even. It's
kilometers.
2,003. Yeah, it's 2,000 kilometers away. The closest. Yeah, it's more than 2,000 kilometers away. So it's about 1,700 miles. So it's not even close. But I want to know like how the waves propagate through like do they propagate because they propagate in like arcs, right? So I want to know where it is where they come to the surface. I want to know that. Wait,
In this community, the expert on that is PhD Tony,
okay.
if you know who he is.
No.
PhD Tony, he's a seismologist. That's just what
Oh,
he did
really?
for, petrochemical companies.
That's nice.
Yeah, he that's what he deals with.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of money riding on what he can tell you is under the surface of the earth.
Huh. But actually, I just found a website. You know, and it says that seismic waves actually work like any other wave. They refract, they reflect, they disperse. Oh yeah, okay, that's not freaking. Yeah, so it's possible. Yeah, because I see here right now, S waves they travel really. Yeah, it's possible that S waves can be felt up to where you are. I think if I can interpret this correctly.
Depends on the magnitude.
Yeah. Velocity, density. It's also like velocity, density, and wait, let me check. Right.
That's why I thought a 7.2 might have an effect.
Yeah, over the course of an hour, though, like what's the so if it's 2,200 kilometers and a wait, let me calculate this. Like there was a 7.2, 2,200 kilometers away, and a P and S wave. They travel at respectively 8 kilometers per second and what was it? 6,000? Wait, let me check. 8 kilometers per second. So and it took 1 hour to 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 show up. So let me calculate how far that went. So an hour is how many seconds? 60 times 60 is, oh my God, 3,600 seconds times, no, that's too much. It's too much. Because they travel about 5,600 to 6,700 miles per hour. Wait a minute. No, that's the rupture speed. That's not the seismic wave. The rupture speed is not the seismic wave. It's a different thing. So you have which one is the one that goes through the earth, and which one is the one that goes on the surface? That's what I'm trying to find out now.
Yes,
waves,
sir.
sea waves go through the earth. S waves are the surface waves.
S waves are the slowest ones. They're the
On the
slowest
surface,
ones.
yeah.
Yeah. So let me do 2,200 kilometers. Wait, let's divide. So if I take 2,200, divide that by 5, and then I get 440 seconds. Because it goes up, you know. Yeah, so it should be 7.3 minutes or 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's too, and it took an hour, so it's too long. It can't be that.
Well, let's see.
That would be the initial impulse.
I mean, was I already here when like the oscillation was going on? Yeah, right.
Let me go back and see if I can identify when it started.
Exactly.
So remember, you're gonna get this like ricocheting around the Earth for a while afterwards as well.
She's another 4.6 in Haiti just now. Oh my god. I got major aftershocks. Yeah, there's like, holy crap, dude. I do not want to live in Haiti. No, thank you.
You know, there's a small village about sort of 10 miles from here as the crow flies. That its nickname is the Shaky Town. I think it was actually the first place in the UK that had a dedicated seismology kind of building and detectors and stuff. Comrie, Comrie. It's on the Highland Fault Line.
In fact, the biggest earthquakes this week and this month are in Alaska. We've had some 8.2s.
The oscillations are getting smaller. Or the back and forth movement is getting smaller.
Yeah, that's
Let's
what
see.
it should do.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been trying to watch that on the vernier scale, and my God, how did he not go blind?
Really.
The lines just start to shimmer after a while.
That disturbance seems to start at about 8:38 local time here.
Yeah, I hate doing time conversions.
So what time was the quake?
I'll send you the link. The link. I'll send it to where should I send it? In the stream?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Here it is. I'll send it again. There you go.
What time did you say the quake was in Haiti?
It's the biggest one. It's the one in red, 7.2. Scroll, yeah, so you can scroll down the list and you can see 7.2, and the time is there, location, everything. So, and the depth. Was one that was pretty close to the surface. So I mean, if it was deeper, it wouldn't be felt as much, right?
Right.
So if the epicenter was Western Haiti on that peninsula, they probably felt it in Guantanamo, probably felt it in Eastern Jamaica.
Well,
But I don't know about Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Me neither. I don't know.
So the S waves travel slower than P waves are faster.
S waves are slower than P waves, yeah. I don't think that was a reason though for the oscillation. I don't know. I don't think it is.
Evidence of a ghost.
No, I don't think that. Nah.
There's a ghost in the machine.
Must be another variable.
I moved it with my mind.
Disturbance in the force.
La, 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 la.
Well, yes, occasionally there are fluctuations in the ether band. We just don't know. We'll have to look into that.
It's as if 1,000 flurf minds cried out in ignorance.
No, it's just a headache. That was from Hardware Wars. Love that.
I think I shut up Lemon yesterday.
Oh, good. I thought it was me.
Oh, you were on that one, I believe.
Because he was trying to keep things simple. I said, I'm going to try to dumb it down. And Jose interrupted me. Don't be condescending. Like, it's your idea. This is the perfect person to experiment being simple on because he likes to complicate things.
Well, he was talking about weight. He said, well, it could be, weight is 3 different things. No, weight is gravity acting on mass. And he's trying to, I don't even remember his 3 things, but it was just absurd. And he would not shut up. You can't get a word in because he won't stop. When I finally did get a word in, he disappeared.
Yeah, he did. I did get him to admit that air has weight, and I show that even helium has weight. And he admitted that, yeah, most gases are heavier than air. So I think that was, that's when I said, okay, I'm good there.
Well, you may have gotten him to admit that, but right after that, he said, but then things aren't things go up. How can that be? They're not. There's too many. There's too many. What? Something about gravity. There's too many inconsistencies.
Yeah, that's what it inconsistencies. But when he said inconsistencies, I thought he meant like he eventually, well, like hydrogen, nitrogen, helium. That's what he meant by inconsistencies, I thought.
I usually take when I want to have like a solid evidence for the globe that flat earthers can't deny is like plumb lines. Geodesic surveying with just plumb lines, angles to zenith.
Yeah,
I believe
they
that.
define all
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski, Larry GPS actually did like a measurement over what was it, 600 miles, and like they took 3 points to like an accuracy of like a tenth or a hundredth of a millimeter, or a hundredth of an inch, and then they came out to an curvature excess of like 420 meters. So they had like a big triangle because like if you have city A, city B, and city C, A plus B and B plus C, those added together is more than A to C, which is impossible if the Earth is flat because it would be, the same. It would be exactly the sum, but it wasn't. And and they say, yeah, well, it's just an estimation. Yeah, to what? Not to four. There's not an error of 420 meters. There's an error of 0.001 millimeters.
This is interesting.
What do you mean?
My current time right now, we're Eastern Daylight Time is UTC -4.
Mm-hmm.
Haiti is UTC -4. It's the same time zone.
Mm-hmm.
That 7.2 earthquake occurred at 7:29, and I started seeing this thing going crazy here around not 7:29, 8:29, and I started seeing it around 8:38, 8:37, somewhere in there. That may have been what it was.
Yeah, that is, that's the earthquake then because like
Wow,
that's the earthquake then because like if it's the S waves, the slowest ones,
Yeah.
it should 7 minutes. So it's how many minutes later was that then?
Well, it's hard for me to say exactly what I saw. I'll have to go back and look at the video very closely to see where it actually started vibrating. But yeah, anywhere from 9 minutes to sometimes shorter period of time than that, actually.
Yeah, that's the earthquake then. That's
I think
the earthquake.
we may have caught an earthquake.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
you
that
did.
be wild?
You did, because that's like that. Remember when I said earlier 7 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is then. You measured an earthquake. Not much, but you did it.
seismometer.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I'm getting reports now of the earthquake coming in on YouTube.
Oh.
That's amazing, Blue. Wow.
Blue, I think you need to do a video on this.
Yeah,
I might.
Blow some flat Earth minds. Blow some everybody's minds.
High casualties feared as 7.2 magnitude earthquake strikes near Haiti 23 minutes ago. Yep, there's a whole bunch of felt across the Caribbean. High casualties expected. Oh, they already. It went on 30 minutes ago, and there's already an article about it. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, it's not very far from the capital.
150 kilometers. This made the earthquake potentially bigger and shallower than the magnitude 7 that struck Haiti 11 years ago, killing tens if not hundreds of thousands of people, flattening buildings and leaving many homeless. There's a tsunami warning, but it's lifted. It's lifted. Wow, the president has been assassinated, or was assassinated. Healthcare is overwhelmed by COVID-19 already. I feel bad for those people. This country just never finds a break. Yeah.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, hurricanes, earthquakes, COVID. Your president getting assassinated.
That was just a couple of weeks ago.
Flat
Yeah,
earthers.
exactly. Yeah.
Voodoo.
More flat earthers.
The earthquake in 2010 was magnitude 7, killed 220,000,
Mm-hmm.
leveled Port-au-Prince. Oh, Lord.
The European Mediterranean Seismological Center also reported a quake in the region, saying it was magnitude 7.6, while Cuba's Seismological Center had said it registered a magnitude of 7.4. So yeah, I think you measured an earthquake,
I think you're right.
or yeah,
Wow.
yup. You took the right time to do your experiment. I think you should really measure it, how far you're exactly from the epicenter,
I will.
and how much time it took exactly to the second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the foot there. That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Well, this is one of those, they wrongly call them atomic clocks. Of course, it's not an atomic clock. It's synced up with the time service. So the time on this clock that we're looking at is very accurate. Certainly within a second or two.
Yeah.
So I ought to be able to take the time they report the earthquake being and subtract the travel time of those S waves and look at the video here and be able to see it start.
Mm-hmm. That would be so cool if that actually comes down to an error of let's say 10 or even 30 seconds. I would be damn pleased.
Oh yeah.
If it coincides.
How long does it say what the duration of the quake was?
It doesn't really matter. Only the start. Wait, just give me a sec.
I think PhD Tony needs to see some data here.
I think so too.
No, it just only says the starting time.
Sometimes these things go on for many minutes.
When I lived in California, they would always report how long it went.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I've been through some that were more than a couple minutes long. You're like, when is this going to stop?
Right.
Mm. I've never been through an earthquake in my life.
That's a really long 2 minutes.
It sure is. You're right.
That's the longest 2 minutes.
What is the safest to be? You go just outside, right?
Outside,
That's the yeah, outside
Get the hell
is the
out.
safest.
Yeah.
Out from under anything.
Yeah, especially high old buildings.
I was in California for one of the first times I was ever in California. This was in the early 70s, I guess, probably 73 or 74, somewhere in that neighborhood. And checked into a hotel, an old Holiday Inn, one of those that had the outdoor walkways and all. And I was up on the second floor. And I had just gotten in the room, and this was back in the days when they used to put damn shag carpet halfway up the walls, and all that silly bullshit. and a swag lamp, of course, hanging over the table in the corner. And I sat down at the table, and there was an ashtray on the table. This is back in the days when smoking was not a capital offense. There was an ashtray sitting on that table, and I was really just kind of gazing at the television, and I noticed the ashtray rattling. I thought, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it stopped, and then it started rattling again a little bit, and I was sitting there all very curious about what the hell is wrong with my ashtray. And then the thing really started vibrating and moving around, and it suddenly dawned on me where I was. So I got the hell out of the room and out in the parking lot, and by then everybody else was already out of their rooms. They knew better. I was the only idiot sitting in there looking at a damn ashtray while an earthquake was going on. But it's a very strange sensation. I couldn't really feel it, but you sure as hell could see things moving.
A lot of times, if you're in a building, especially on an upper floor, you won't be able to feel it through your feet. The really odd thing is if you stand on the ground during an earthquake and you feel it move, because, well, the earth never moves,
Right.
but when it does, it's so disconcerting. It's disorienting.
I would be like, wee. We're having an earthquake, yeah. Yeah, no, jokes aside, you know, it's bad. People die because of earthquakes every year, I guess. I just don't know how it feels like. I don't know if I should put earthquake on my bucket list, you know.
Yeah, let's just think of that. Probably not.
Probably not. Just a minor one, you know, like a 4.0 or something. One that you can feel, but that, you know, stuff doesn't, you know, people don't die, you know.
You know, I slept through quite a big aftershock in LA in 1994 or something like that. Sharing a room with this guy, and I just slept through it, and he woke up, and he was like crossing the room to wake me up, and probably pictures were falling off the walls and stuff. And I'm just like,
Nice, dude.
and then it was all over, and he told me about it in the morning.
Nice.
There was a couple when we were driving as well. If you're in a car, you know, suspension of the car, provided it's not an
old car. Yeah.
Then you know, it's just not something that you can discern at all.
Yeah.
I don't suppose there's a way that you could derive any data or anything from this measurement anomaly. Probably not.
I can't think of anything.
No.
I think we have to be very. Yeah, Heat Shield pointed it out. I mean, we have to be really careful here. It could be all kinds of things.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't immediately claim it's that we actually registered an earthquake. I just couldn't think of it. You know, before we figured out there was an earthquake in Haiti, I'm unable to come up with a reason why that thing started doing what it did. I've just never seen that. I may have seen it do something similar to that one time. I can't really remember now, but usually, I mean, not usually, almost invariably, the only time I have seen it that I specifically remember is any time I bump the case. Anytime I bump it. Time lapse is done, by the way. Oh, shut up. Had enough of that damn egg time. I can probably get it within 20 seconds off this time lapse.
That would be cool. That would be awesome.
So I can show you very easily. Let me put this camera away. I'll be back in a second.
Man.
Okay, so let's see. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. I can go over there.
Okay. Wait. Let me check.
See, I'll go over there and now that I've got the camera readjusted slightly. I'll go over there and give that case just a just a tiny little tap and watch what happens. I just barely touched that thing.
Does it oscillate? I mean, I don't see it. The laser should oscillate, right?
Oh, it won't oscillate, it'll just bounce up and down.
Oh, yeah, that definitely, yeah, you can see that. And that's like way more than it did, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's way more.
That's what happens.
But when you wiggled it, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to make the observation that when you jiggled it just there, it's jiggling back and forth diagonally and up and down. When it happened by itself earlier, it was only going up and down. It was bouncing up and down.
Yeah.
Which is something. It was more subtle than a bump.
Yeah.
That would be just a vertical motion of the device.
Not horizontal, only vertical.
Right. It was only going up and down vertically. Yeah.
Up and down.
Up and down vertically means the entire balance is swinging back and forth.
Ooh, interesting.
And the angle of the mirror is changing.
That's pretty interesting.
So that's what you see when you disturb it. And that'll do that for another hour before it settles down and stops. So I don't know, but you know, it could be. That would make sense that
Yeah, the earthquake. It would be so cool, though. I mean, it is cool.
Maybe you could get a live stream going with Tony and have him look at it.
Yeah.
yeah, when they do that, that might be that would be fun. I can copy that part of the video. And actually copy it and speed it up.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever the outcome, Blue, I can tell you the Earth moved for me.
You're bad, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the very least, he'll debunk it, right? And
Right.
so it may or may not be anything earth-shattering.
We may have to change our paradigm.
Well, we may have to look at it. We may have to look into it. Well, Lemon always comes up with that bullshit.
Or whatever.
Maybe you guys are in for a laugh. I had this comment about earlier. We were talking about the Gleason map, and there's a guy on Facebook, and he said this. He's a flat earther, right? And I told him, like, the Gleason map doesn't, it doesn't work. The flat Earth map, it doesn't work for all kinds of stuff. And he responded, "The map does work, and you know it. All you globe derpia clowns know the end of your with, by the way, apostrophe RE, so you are, silly 100 times disproven heliocentric ball hoax is over. That's why you cling to each other and your bitter fear. Again, with you are. A new Pew study, instead of peer study, shows that 56% of the global population rejects your Mendel instead of model in favor of the true flat Earth. Game over." And I said, say that again, but then slowly. I was just laughing so hard. Like, is he a troll? Is he a true flat earther? I don't know, but yeah. It's just funny.
Is he claiming that Pew Research has said that 56% of
Yeah.
the world?
Yeah, the global population.
Not the world, the global.
Yeah, the global.
People on the globe.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Sounds like a severe case of space coma.
Space Space comma. Exactly.
Yeah, the worst guy for that is Flat Earth Data. I debunked him like a year ago. He's telling me that all of his derpy Flat Earth punctuation, like he'll do space, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, and just run on sentences. And so I mentioned this. It's like, yeah, your English is really bad, man. And he's like, oh, that's that damn speech to text.
What? No, speech to text doesn't do that.
No, it doesn't. The text does not do flat Earth punctuation.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't do that.
So, in other words, he's a pathological liar. It's just you can't. And a narcissist will never say sorry. Oops, my bad.
No, they try to they're trying to save themselves from ridicule, because they only want to ridicule us Glovers, but they don't want to ridicule themselves, because then they're busted, right?
Yeah. I told him it's not.
I
made a
have
mistake. It's that you can't own them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like their own little, it's their pride. It's almost like we're the bullies and they're the ones being bullied for being so stupid. I almost feel sorry for them. Like I mean, yeah, the word global, yeah, Dora, yeah. Why is the word global like that? I mean, why doesn't said the planar population?
The
planner.
The Earth's population.
Yeah.
So what happens is something even worse than that is whenever, in fact, it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was Lemon Bird. saying, well, the sun is orbiting over a plane. It's like, well, wait a second. Orbit? You can't, orbit means it's going around an orb. The root of orbit is orb. That means a sphere. You can't orbit a flat plane. That's just,
Yeah,
they
but
just they get everything wrong.
everything that orbits flat Earth just straight up denies. It's all balloons.
He was using the word orbit though, like the sun and moon are orbiting the Earth, the flat Earth.
Wait,
That's
like the flat Earth?
because orbit requires an orb.
Oh my God, seriously. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you think the word orbit means? Did you ask him? Like, what do you think the word orbit means?
It's really hard to get a word in on him.
Oh, okay. He just rants.
It filibusters. The word salad.
Oh, yeah, I get it. But like, what was it again? Like last time when what's the guy from Virgin Galactic? Richard Branson? Is that Richard Branson? Virgin Galactic?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went to space, and like, I believe Globebusters, they commented on it with a video, and they will never believe that the Earth is a sphere with their own eyes, because they quote, and I quote them, right? They said it will look curved because your eye is a ball, and that's why it gets curved, because your eye is a ball. So even if they are like in space, which they believe is fake, you know, they won't believe it because of their eyes. Their own eyes are lying to them, you know.
Well, there's the best point here. This is the biggest contradiction ever. So it was just recent. I think it was like a Simon Dan video or set that he was breaking somebody down. I got a lot of likes on this comment.
Mhm.
It was on, I think it was on one of the SpaceX flights or something recent. And they said, look, the windows are curved. The camera lens is
It's
curved.
and
The lens is curved, camera's curved, windows are curved, the human eye is curved, and that's why everything looks flat.
what? That doesn't make any sense, though. And that's why everything looks flat.
Oh, it doesn't?
Or it doesn't.
So the Earth only looks flat because your eyes are curved.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And so if it looks flat, then it's okay. But everything is curved.
In other words,
it
it
looks
must,
curved.
it must
Well,
be
wait,
concave.
That argument,
and
that argument debunks itself.
Yeah, exactly. It debunks itself. It doesn't make
You're
any sense.
claiming it looks flat, but you're also claiming your eye distorts what you see. So it's not flat.
And
Obviously.
also saying it looks flat is observational science, and observational science isn't real science.
It reminds me of that conversation that Nathan Oakley had with Globebusters about measuring devices. Like, if you can't rely on measuring devices, then what the fuck are we even doing? Whatever, like, what even is science then if you can't measure anything? And then Nathan Oakley, who couldn't mute Bob Nodell, he became all crybaby about it. You know, I don't know what video it is, but like, oh, it was just so funny, so funny.
Well, I think, is it Chemo says that Blue's experiment, well, first of all, it's not an experiment. Secondly, you're not actually observing mass attracting mass. You're just observing a laser.
Right. It's just
So-
a laser.
And lasers refract, lasers diverge.
Merge, splurge, and something or other.
Yeah, that's like saying you're not looking at the temperature. You're just looking at some mercury rising in a tube.
You're just looking at a thermometer.
Yeah, I do you guys know Larry GPS, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Larry GPS? Yeah. Yeah.
Very
He
well.
showed me some stuff. Yeah, he showed me some stuff, and I was like, "This is because he just excluded refraction, because refraction is the biggest it's a big variable that can mess up a lot of observations, and if you can exclude that, that's But he got the exact same number with laser as with GPS, the exact same number. So that proves that both of them are in the same margin of error over this, or over the same distance. And if flat earthers want to claim that you're just pulling numbers out of your ass, you're just reverse engineering everything from flat Earth to a globe, then why are you getting you don't assume anything when you're going to when you're out there and doing geodesic surveying, you don't assume anything. You just measure, But yeah, some people have heaps of cognitive dissonance, more than others, Yeah, heat shield. Yeah, exactly. Also, our eye works like a lens, just like a camera with an aperture, right? And even if our eye was fisheye, or what's the other end? Pincushion, right? A straight line or a curved line would appear straight or curved in the center of the lens, right? So that's no argument. Every time a flat earther uses the argument fisheye, I just show them, a straight line is a straight line in the center of the lens, and a curved line will appear or is curved. So that's just how lenses work. I think who did it? Who was it again? That made a video with a balloon send up in space. Mage 2.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible, exactly. And he showed it perfectly. 2 straight lines, camera in the middle, send it to like, what was it, 130,000 feet, 120,000 feet. Just every single flat earther took a swing at it, and they all missed. They all fell flat on their face.
Mage rage.
What?
Mage rage.
Yeah, mage rage. Yeah, mage rage.
Yeah, Mage did a good job of showing it.
Yeah. Like, why is that line in the middle of those 2 straight lines curved? It's not your eye, is it? It's not because it's flat. Now, is it? I've heard some crazy theories like, yeah, it's the edge of flat Earth. Really? Then why is the entire flat Earth illuminated then? Because it's sunshine all around, as far as the eye can see.
The one that gets me is when they talk about satellites, and many of them have seen the Starlink train. Now, Starlink trains are kind of unique because you can identify them. It's not just it's a simple point of light, we don't know what it is. But when it's a train, that's positive ID.
Yeah.
And it didn't exist. We see the launch videoed. We see the camera on board the launch vehicle deploying 60 satellites. Hour later, we get a Starlink train. And then Chemo, in his infinite arrogance, says, well, they don't look like they're very high. They don't look like they're going very fast, and I still don't know what they are, and that doesn't prove orbit.
So personal incredulence, or preacher incredulity.
Yeah,
basically.
but it was just the whole thing of it's positive ID. It's a train that wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and
is
now it's there.
today.
How did it get up there?
And positively ID'd because it's a train.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
not-
the train you can see the train cross because it's not only in like the orbits are going in different directions too, so they cross each other.
including polar orbit, yeah.
Yeah. So it's yeah. That's also impossible on the flat Earth.
And the trains are dissipating.
And the simplest one, like the sun and the moon don't change size over the course of a day, you know, and they don't get, they would never set on flat Earth. That's like the big, that's what I use to like end the be all end all argument, and I can prove it. I took videos, and I just, what's your research? Well, here it is. There you go, buddy. Have a look.
Well,
Yeah, it's fake, they say. Really, my own.
it's worse than that. In my survey instrument, I have a circular reticule, which is the solar diameter,
Oh, I
specifically
saw that.
to observe the sun for azimuth and latitude.
Mhm.
And it's that way. It fits that reticule all day long,
Yeah.
all year long, and the instrument has no zoom. It has no zoom capacity. It's fixed
Okay.
focal length. And then because they cling to the unobserved, fabricated, make believe, and they dismiss the observed.
Yeah. They need it to be true.
Anything
Like
that-
Fleur.
anything
The
that can be
question
seen, anything that can be seen and measured, that's the fake shit. And when but they cling to the fake shit. That's why the ice wall is real. The dome must be real, even though we haven't seen it. No, nobody's seen it. It's unseeable, right?
Mhm.
Nobody's been to the ice ring because reasons.
Oh, it's easily debunkable. You don't need that video by a Professor Dave about like the sunlight over the flat Earth. You don't even have to go to Antarctica. You just go to like South America, like the tip of South America, Ushuaia, right? They can't explain why that country has like sunlight for like 21 hours at a time. Meanwhile, in Alaska and Barstow, there's no sunshine at all. Explain how. Like, explain why the side of the like the edge of flat Earth has 21 hours of sunlight, but yet the center hasn't got any sunlight at all. That's just the sunlight needs to do some pretty freaky shit for flat Earth to be true.
And that's why I believe the entire Flat Earth Club are posts. There can't be any of them that.
There's just dude.
Functioning adult.
They're that stupid. They're that stupid.
And I find that, it may, 1% or 5% maybe that's stupid.
Yeah, I mean 3% of Americans are illiterate.
Okay, but even still, the functioning adults that are sitting on computers flinging insults at all of the academics that brought their technology to them, they're saying, but they're all wrong.
Yeah.
Brian,
I mean, to be honest though, if you look at the story, it's believable, right? The initial story, like that, it begins with like, NASA's lying to us. There, it's like, okay, that can be plausible. NASA can lie, but if you accept that premise, then everything becomes, possible. Everything becomes, plausible.
But
No, it doesn't. We don't need NASA to.
Exactly.
I use Eratosthenes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, therefore NASA must be over 3,000.
But in their minds, I mean.
3,000-year-old NASA.
So.
The thing that I have asked the flat earthers several times on live streams that they really obviously don't have an answer for is why is the sun larger in angular diameter in the first week in January and smaller in the first week in June, because we're at perihelion and aphelion. when you say that the sun is supposed to be closer to us, causing summer.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah, because they don't even.
measure
Yeah,
of-
they don't. Yeah, they don't even acknowledge that 3% seasonal change, but they embrace some ridiculous insistence that it just gets too small to see, and then they say, "Oh, but the sun is special, or it has a complementary magnification due to atmosphere."
Also, if the sun is like circling over the flat Earth at different orbits, because of that's how they explain the seasons, right? They explain it with like, oh crap, am I gonna die? Oh wow, I live. Okay. I'm playing a game, by the way, as we speak. But if they claim like for the seasons, it has to be in different orbits over the flat Earth. If that's the case, then either the summer should be shorter than winter, which it is not, because every season lasts exactly 3 months, or the sun needs to move at different speeds throughout, uh, through the sky, which it doesn't, because it moves at 15 degrees per hour, right? So they have no leg to stand on that regard.
Yeah. There's no natural force that allows or causes the sun to spiral in a circle over a disk. And then they will write in the very next paragraph goes, "Oh, but the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics." So
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I know that,
Yeah.
but that's how silly they are. Is they'll invoke a law of thermodynamics, ignoring the fact that there's nothing to explain what causes or even allows the sun to circle overhead in a spiral, and the spotlight, with the ice wall being in 24-hour sun.
Yeah, that doesn't violate any laws of physics.
Just send them on a cruise to Antarctica in the in the winter, and then just let them experience 24-hour sunlight, and then it's not fake anymore.
And
I think that's the simplest thing to do. Like, just send them to Antarctica or like to the southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
and
even cruise liners that only go to McMurdo Bay.
Exactly.
And there's like 40,000 tourists a year.
Yeah.
For years on end. And how many of them were disappointed with, oh, that bullshit, the sun went up and down just like it did in Miami?
Why is there 24-hour sunlight that can't be on a flat Earth? Because it has to eliminate all of the disk 24 hours at the time. Like, how can it be dark in the middle, but then the light goes all the way to the other side while it's dark in between? That's just
obviously there is no 24.
Yeah, there's no but like
there isn't, because we've never seen a good video of it.
Well, there are good videos about it.
Oh no, those are the fake videos. There's no real videos. We need to see.
I showed a video. I have a video of it on Vimeo.
No shit. Yeah, absolutely my point.
Yeah, there's plenty of videos.
Yeah, like that idiot stick percent. That percent guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
He says he has to have a video is the only evidence he'll accept. So
okay.
He didn't know where he said meteors are fake too. They don't come from outside, our flat Earth.
Jesus throws them in a hole in the dome.
Yeah, I remember that. I've got a meteorite on my desk right now.
And then I said, well, yeah, but the Choblinski meteor event in 2013 was captured by hundreds of video cameras, enough of sufficient resolution to forensically reconstruct its orbital approach at 40,000 miles an hour with its air explosion at 60,000 feet up, right? And he said, oh, no, that doesn't look like a shooting star. So, no, that's something falling back to Earth that came from Earth. I go, wait, you wanted video evidence. Here's video evidence. And he says, but it doesn't look like a shooting star. Of course not. It's a bolide.
If there's bits falling off the dome, that sounds like shoddy workmanship to me.
Really? I think there's a warranty claim at hand here.
Lemon said it could have been a chip off the chips off the dome.
Well, how come these things are made of? I said this to him. How come they're made of nickel and iron? That's what the dome's made of. How come we can't see it?
Oh well.
And a crystalline structure that can only be created with a very slow cooling in 0G.
Yeah, I mean the meteors, the nickel iron structure of metal meteors. I mean they cool by like 1 degree in like a million years. There is no other process by which they can form. So how did that happen?
Magic.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
I
that's
got
why,
one.
again, I just think the flat Earth joke, having been played out a very long time ago, and they're either retelling a dead joke or they are its victims.
Wait a minute, Larry Scott. You're Larry GPS?
Correct?
Oh, hey Larry. Lol. I didn't recognize your voice there. I was talking about you earlier.
Yeah, that happens a lot because Bev is spamming up a whole maelstrom of how foolish and fraudulent I must be. Although he says he talks about all those ordnance survey maps and how they're all flat and horizontal, and then the ordnance survey addresses him by name. Hi, Bev. We account for the curvature of the Earth when we make maps.
Fail.
No, but he ignored it. Just totally blows that off. I said, yeah, because in July he was on JG and he said, the Ordnance Survey, yeah, they're crackers. They're the best. All their maps are flat and horizontal, and we got a zero elevation all on the perimeter of the whole archipelago. Oh yeah, I said, well, good. Let's talk about the Ordnance Survey UK, and brought up the fact that Ordnance Survey UK specifically said flat and level and horizontal is a myth. Whether it be the drink in your wine glass, your swimming pool, or a lake, it's all curved. And then Bev goes, I was going to talk to them about that. This was in July, but they had a Twitter exchange back in March where Ordnance Survey UK responded to him, hi Bev, yeah, we use curvature when we make our maps, curvature of the Earth. And then Bev acts like he never heard that.
Yeah, because it's cognitive dissonance and like echo chamber. You know?
Well, it's dishonesty.
Yes, yeah, of course it is. Dishonesty to himself.
In the case of that particular guy, I don't buy anything. He's put even his voice, everything about him is just an act.
Yeah, which is again over 90% of the Flat Earth Club members are no different than Trekkies at Comic-Con wearing Klingon costumes, believing in Klingons. It's exactly the same, in my opinion.
Yeah.
90% of the time.
Yeah, but most of
them, Bev is not an exception. Bev is in that 90%. Absolutely.
Most people at Comic-Con, they know it's fantasy. I don't
point.
think that flat earthers realize the bullshit that they're spewing.
No, I think
they believe in that shit.
No, 90% of them are absolutely absolutely. I believe 90% of them are absolutely costume wearing.
Okay.
Yeah, they go home and take the costume off.
They're normal at their day jobs.
Because and why? Because they're trolls. They want to be, they want to deal with their boredom. And that's why they do it.
Trolls, pose, fakers. Oh, yes, all of the above.
I call it the Flat Earth Club. They're Flat Earth Club members. It has nothing to do with the fact that they get on airplanes, they get into elevators where the braking system is completely built on Newtonian physics and gravity. They're on computers. They have anti-lock brakes in their cars. They have GPS navigation in their cars. I mean, they are bathed in satellite data. Like, satellite data satellite images are all fake CGI, except when it's a fucking hurricane coming down on Phuket World. He is not going to call it fake then.
Yep. Okay, Larry, I had a question. I have a question for you. The data that you provided with like Hagerstown, Taconic, New York, and Whitefield, Maine, that data was all correct, right? That you showed me. Besides the one of the x coordinate numbers, right?
Oh yeah, there's a delta y typo in there that I should have gotten around to fix, but then
Yeah.
a couple of years later, nobody has ever spotted it, and I just got to get around to fixing it. But yes,
Yeah, except me. Except yeah.
yeah, that is the same level of presentation I would give to a paying client.
Yeah, you told me. You told me. Now I have a question though. I went on Google Earth and I measured these distances with your GPS locations, right? I took the distances. Now I found that like it's distances on a globe. It's not direct lines. So did you figure out these lines mathematically, or how did you find like the 8,300 and 838,231 meters? How did you get to that number from Hagerstown to Whitefield?
And in GPS, there's different methods in how to handle data.
Okay.
We do not, you know all those coordinates you see on a handheld receiver? Scratch them puppies out. They're no good.
Okay.
With GPS precision geodetic GPS application, you put up an array of antenna and you have a receiver which records about 8 or 10 aspects of the transmitted signal from 8 or 10 individual satellites. Then you take those data files and do what's called a double differencing and phase differential. So you get down to the carrier wave, the 19 centimeter carrier wave, and the encoded binary messages modulated on top of that carrier wave, and you don't get any coordinates. You get a delta X, delta Y, and delta Z. And then X and Y is the equatorial plane, and Z is spin axis globe. So you have the delta X, delta Y, delta Z, antenna to antenna. Straight line, Pythagorean chord.
So, and then you don't even measure like the surface of the Earth. How long is that? You just measure from point to point, straight line.
Correct. Because
yeah,
because you can't. How are you going to measure along the curve?
Yeah, you can't.
Unless you hopscotch along at 100 meter, 1,000 meter steps. No. So that builds that big isosceles triangle, which calculates the radius. And then you'll notice on that graphic, there was the arc length based on the radius, but the black triangles calculate that radius.
Yeah. For people who don't know what we're talking about right now, I'm gonna post this in the chat, so that everybody knows what we're talking about. It.
Which chat?
The YouTube live YouTube stream. So that's what we're talking about. Right.
And there is no way that they can argue that GPS does not work, but that's their only comeback. Oh, GPS is all fake, or GPS.
But you showed that it did work because you measured, but that 832 point. Yeah. Where did you? That was not the same measurement. What measurement was that? That was on another day.
Yeah, that was somewhere else. Yeah, that was testing my laser ranger against the phase differential delta XYZ of GPS measurement.
And that was
in that scant 800 meter distance, they were identical to the millimeter.
Yeah. Wait. What was your error of measurement? It was 1,000 of a millimeter, or was that accurate to a millimeter?
Rounded off, millimeter.
Millimeter. Yeah, because it was 832 point and then 3 numbers behind the comma, right?
Yeah, millimeters.
Yeah, okay, so it was accurate to a millimeter. Both of them were the same.
In other words, at 800 meters, they're indistinguishable.
Exactly, that's my point. Yeah. So they have, so it's exactly the same. So they have no leg to stand on, because like the phase array or whatever the GPS is as accurate as a laser, and the laser you don't like you told me the last time. You don't assume anything beforehand. You can't just reverse engineer this from a supposed flat Earth that doesn't exist, because it's exactly this. Both are exactly the same.
Now, those 3 points are in a quote straight line, and that's of course what Bev will jump right on. Straight lines. How can a straight line be curved? Well, in context of the surface of the planet, a straight line is a portion of great circle, and we can call it straight because it has no angle points. Now, those 3 points, New York, Maine, and Maryland, had they not been in a portion of great circle, then the radius of Earth would report smaller. So the 39 60-mile radius is a maximum. If they had not been online by even a couple of miles, left or right, the middle point not being, on a portion of great circle, then the radius of Earth would report ever smaller. So the 3960 is a maximum, which also happens to agree with what we've been, all published data and values. And yeah, I'm not in the 1%, compliance. It's in parts per million. And a geodetic GPS receiver, mine is 20 years old, or 23 years old, and so in whatever that comes at, 1995, 1997, my instrument cost like $35,000 in 1997 dollars.
Yeah. You told me this. Yeah.
And the newer equipment, you can still drop 8 or 10 grand on. So yeah, we deployed a lot of equipment and made a very, in excess of a part in a million distance measurements. And that's from Maine to Maryland is 522 miles, which is 2% of the circumference of the Earth. And guess what? Eratosthenes from Alexandria to Syene is also about 2% of the circumference of the Earth. I mean, it was, everything about it.
Yeah.
And what do? Oh, it just looks.
It looks fun.
Yeah, I asked Lemon. I go, did you test any resursions? He goes, no, I don't have to because the logic is so obvious, and there's things we just don't need to check because you can see the mushing, smushing, converging, it's like.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. But don't work yourself up, man. Don't work yourself up. I know you do.
Well, they just don't do anything. They run around with their cameras and say, "See," and then they say, "Oh, but you only think it looks curved because there's lenses involved." But then cameras are out. What do you got?
Yeah. You know what you should show them? Show them like 10 images, and then an unspecified number of those images is like CGI, and they have to guess whether or not the image is CGI or not. And 99% of the time they will get it wrong every single time, and they will get like a score like 20% out of 100%, right? So nobody can tell whether or not it's
just like they do with those super Somalia wine connoisseurs. Give them 10 real photos and ask them which ones are CGI, and they'll still come up with a bunch of CGI.
Yeah.
Well, and you should be able to at least get a 50% right, because there's only two choices: fake or CGI. You should be able to flip a coin and get it.
Exactly.
They will not get 100% correct. They will by the bias of believing some of them are CGI, they will come up with reasons. But give them 10 real photos and ask them which ones are CGI, of which zero is a viable answer, and they will not come up with zero.
FTFE did this, I think. I don't know. I'll sneak this in and Blue won't notice. Judy Bassett. Nice. Super chat. I didn't notice.
Over here playing with numbers. What did I miss? Oh, Judy Bassett. Hey.
Yeah.
Shout out to Judy. €5. I'll sneak this in and Blue won't know. Well, You got told on, Judy. The posse caught you.
So like,
Thanks, Judy. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
no, he chilled. We were just like pointing out that like they can't tell whether it's CGI or fake. That's the point we're making, right? Yeah.
And then they say the only real photograph is on film, and not one of them uses film photography ever.
Yeah, all footage that is taken from the moon landings is all fake.
Yeah, good luck trying to put a roll of film into your Nikon P900.
Exactly right.
Actually, I want to go the other way. I have a nice old Minolta SLR that I want to put a data back on.
But yeah, it's insane. They just the Dunning-Kruger and the confirmation bias is strong with flat earthers. It's
And from
insane.
Apollo, and on Apollo was using Hasselblads and film. They just hate human accomplishment.
I don't think they hate it. I think they're just stupid.
No, the 90%,
It's just stupidity.
the 90 percentile that are just pretending. Yeah, they are just flinging. They are verbal graffiti. They're spray paint on a bronze statue. That's all it is.
Yeah. To be honest though, if you believe more in a story than in data itself, yeah, there's something wrong with you.
And again, I question the believe part. They're insincere. They're disingenuous, in my opinion.
True.
Over 90% of the time, they know damn well, and they just say the opposite just for the triggering.
Yeah, because they like to see the world burn. Like if they get underneath somebody's skin and make them all riled up and stuff, they like that. They get a kick out of it. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the bully slacker in the back of class making fun of the kid on the chalkboard doing things right.
I actually said that earlier. I think that I sometimes feel sorry for them because they're the stupid kid that doesn't know what he's talking about. And we're the Globers, we are bullying them. And they want to reverse the roles,
No, they're running a scam. You feel 90% of them, like it says, are running no pity. Yeah, so Dunning-Kruger requires two things. Not just being ignorant and just being dumb is not a crime. It's being super, super, super confident despite your lack of experience.
But like every single flat earther is different, right? If you compare, for example, Nathan Oakley and Jeranism, they're two totally different people.
One thing that they all have in common, though, is extreme confidence in themselves. Yeah, a fool never questions his a truly insane person doesn't question his sanity. Only wise people question themselves. But you have to be I've never seen a flat earther that wasn't 110% sure.
Yeah, I mean, some flat earthers, they do use reason and they come back to back to reason and back to logic. Like what's his name? Who?
Ranty.
Yeah, Ranty. Yeah, Ranty Flat Earth, for example.
He just took the cosplay costume off permanently.
Yeah,
he was following the money. His flat Earth money train was running out, so he jumped ship, and he's doing better. So yeah, that's what he's going to be, because not only is he his videos are making fun of flat earthers, he's doing a better job than many. He's like all of a sudden educated. He all of a sudden has vocabulary and syntax.
Yeah. They gave him money to prove, they just gave him money and said, go and prove the Earth is flat.
And he did.
Like a photo camera. And and he disproved it, right?
No, when that money line, faded, now he jumped ship and money line's back on.
Mm.
He's just following Google Trends and saw it was going down. It's like, oh,
My point exactly with the 90%.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, if you're
Money.
a content generator, guaranteed you're a Poe. It's those crazy commenters. Still, 90% of those, they're pretending. They're functioning adults. They know better.
so we can
say
make
we
a
do it the
prediction.
same.
We
They
can
can
make a
say-
prediction. I predict that more are to come. More rats are going to jump ship.
Yeah. Like, do you think that Ranty changed because of financial reasons or because of insight in like
Channel.
yeah it's
No, it was channel. His content was not getting views.
yeah, of course. I mean, none of the flat earthers have that many views. Almost
Well,
none.
that's why he took a new path.
Nathan Oakley's numbers are pretty good. He gets a really long viewing time, for example. He's paying rent.
Ranty Flat Earth is a fucking prick. He's just LARPing.
Don't mince words there, John. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a glober. He's a glober now.
He is now. But have we ever seen that DJI drone that he bought with Flat Earth money?
I don't know.
And here's another question, Gilles. Do you think so? You said flat earthers are just dumb, right? They're just ignorant. Well, so what happened with? Did he just woke up one day and all of a sudden his IQ had risen 60 points?
No,
he was the same person the day before.
No, yeah, of course, but he was in a conversation with Conspiracy Cats and with Simon Dan, and they were talking about, I believe, the Blackpool image.
Yeah,
and they went over it like in a debate, and it lasted a long time actually, several hours. And I saw the entire debate, and he came to the conclusion that it could not possibly be a flat Earth based on the image.
Right, but do you think that his IQ level changed? That just deciding?
No, of course not. Of course not.
He was always the same person, always the same intellectual capacity. It's just that it took him a year. He quit the Discord server, gave it to Brandon. He's setting it up. He saw the writing was on the wall.
But he also said
all Randy did was take off the Klingon costume.
No, you know what happened? He actually commented on how he became a flat earther. He wasn't part of the flat Earth community. He just took pictures, and then prominent flat earthers reached out to him, and he just became a part of the movement that is, flat Earth, unknowingly that, I mean, I guess he knew at the time what it was, what it was.
To that, I call bullshit.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he's speaking the truth. I think, if that is true, what he said on stream, then I think he just followed the money, because they gave him money, they gave him the tools, and he just like, oh yeah, sure, I'll follow along with this BS for a while, as long as it's profitable, and then, and then jump ship whenever yeah.
Exactly. And when his content generation was just, withering on the vine, he gave it up, and then he got back on the other train and started going the other direction, and he's more popular than before.
Yeah. We will never know the true reasons. He's making good videos.
The whole bullshit with him buying a $1,500 drone and then leaving it in the box for months on end, apparently, but everyone suspects that, yeah, he said he bought the drone. People were pressuring him on it. Then suddenly he shows up with a manual, and then he has the unboxing. Well, wait a minute. The manual was in the box, so how could he have a closed box, but he had the manual? And then he has some piece of crap video, apparently videoed by somebody else. I mean, somebody else's drone, and he just put these little snippets up there. And yeah, $1,500 drone. Yeah, thanks. That he
Money in the pocket. Money in the pocket.
And for the unboxing, he might have actually bought one, carefully unboxed it, and then carefully boxed it and returned it, in my opinion.
And that's how he got the manual out.
No, he got hold of a manual. That doesn't mean he ever had the, at the time he was presenting the manual was his verification, was proving he had it. And then weeks later, he has the unboxing where he's cutting open the box. So I think he came across that manual by, borrowed it.
Mm-hmm. But,
It's just like Riley taking, donations for his enrollment into university. Yeah, like that really happened.
Yeah. Money is a big motivator. That's a fact.
My point originally, they're wearing Klingon costumes for cause.
Well, guys, we've been going 4 hours and 34 minutes on the live stream now.
Nice. 25 watching.
My backside's a little tired of sitting on this wooden stool, so I think I'm going to end the live stream. And you guys can hang around as long as you want to in Google Meets. Fine by me. But I want to thank everybody for showing up this morning. We may have captured an earthquake for all we know. We got to go look at the data and see what really happened.
I saw a couple of 1.5 magnitudes in your neighborhood, I think.
Huh?
And 1.5 won't even crack the news, but yeah, to get it on my plots, I had to put the threshold down to 0.
Well, if that's the case, you would think you would expect more. You would expect to pick up more earthquakes if it were that easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think he only measured the 7.4 in Haiti. That's what I think. Like based on the speed of the PNS waves or the S waves.
Well,
I think the timing.
The timestamps will identify it.
Yeah, exactly. But I know that Blue Marble knows somebody who knows a lot about seismology, so.
Well, anyway,
it will come to light.
Yeah. Again, thanks to everybody that showed up. I appreciate it.
And I said it before.
I'm not going to try to read all the names. There's way too many of them. But you people know who you are. Thanks as always. We'll see if we can do some data analysis now and make some sense out of what we retrieved here. No promises. We may have to do this again. Who knows? But we'll figure it out. Hey, everybody have a great rest of the day Saturday. And I'm out of here.
Blue.
Thanks, Blue.
Thanks, Blue.